as well as tactically?
He's someone that, let's say, is clever, and he knows his strength, but also his weaknesses. So I think he's trying to become better every day. So of course he's trying to be there for the players. To don't let anything away, because he's trying to keep everyone involved in the team. But yeah, I want to say that every dressing room is different, every team is different, so you need to act a bit differently, depends the dressing room you have. So maybe his quality today can be a weakness somewhere else. So yeah, let's see how we do.
Sebastian Haller speaking to Darren Lewis. We've still got time here on World Sport to hear from the young American tennis player who pulled off a shock in California last week. Taylor Fritz is going to tell us how he ended Rafa Nadal's perfect start to the season. Hello again, CNN World Sport is back with 24-year-old American tennis player Taylor Fritz, who's through to the last 16 of the Miami Open after pulling off one of the biggest victories of his career, beating Rafa Nadal at the Indian Wells Masters last week, ending Nadal's incredible start to the season. It had been perfect until then. Nadal has a rib injury, but even hearing that news hasn't taken the gloss off an amazing win for Taylor Fritz. He told our own Will Edmonds how it was a moment of pride for the whole family.
I do remember my dad taking me on the stadium court and pointing down a stadium court and saying he said one day you're going to win this tournament, and it's insane that actually happened.
After the semi-final, did you think you were going to be able to play?
Yes. So I do this weird thing where I kind of tweak myself or hurt myself, and it's doesn't always feel like a serious injury, to where I kind of just sleep on it and I'll wake up the next morning and it'll be okay. And that's kind of what I thought was going to be the case. And so after the semi, I did think, yeah, I'm going to be fine. Woke up the next morning, going about my morning completely normal, thinking everything's fine. I say yeah, my ankle doesn't feel great, but I think it's going to be okay. It's not until I actually get on the practice court to warm up that I take a kind of hard push-off step in one direction, where I scream and drop my racket, and I realize this is really, really bad. And at that moment, I tested a couple more times. Didn't think there was any chance I could play. Really didn't think there was any chance. And then we saw a tournament doctor. Tournament doctor told me that if I was his son, he'd tell me not to play.
Oh, Becky, do you remember being that young? You could just shake off an injury with an overnight sleep?
Oh, I know. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? She says, creaking into her next show. Thank you, Alex. I'll be back with more Connect the World after this short break. This hour, the most meaningful progress yet. That is how Turkey is describing the latest talks between Russia and Ukraine. But will they achieve peace? I'm Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome back to Connect the World. Today's Russia-Ukraine ceasefire talks in Istanbul coming on the same day Russia's defense ministry announced its troops will, quote, drastically reduce military activity around Kyiv and Chernihiv. US officials calling this a major strategy shift by Russia to focus on gains they've made in southern and eastern Ukraine, and warning that Russia could cover the retreat of Kyiv with air and military bombardment. Meanwhile, in Istanbul, negotiators from both sides emerging from those ceasefire talks with positive assessments and a possible way to cool off one of the most contentious issues of this war, the status of Crimea annexed by Russia in 2014. Ukraine saying an agreement is in place to pause hostilities over Crimea for 15 years, pending a final resolution on its status. Russia's lead negotiator calling the talks constructive. An advisor for Ukraine's president saying there is now a chance, at least, that Volodymyr Zelensky and the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, could meet in person. Well, talks aside, there is no relief for the people of Mariupol. President Zelensky saying 90% of the southern port city's residential buildings have been destroyed and people are having to melt snow water for drinking water. The mayor now calling for a complete evacuation, but Zelensky says Russian troops are blocking all routes in and out of the city. Well, in the last hour, I spoke to the Estonian Prime Minister, Kaja Kallas, and asked her for her reaction to these ceasefire talks. Have a listen.
Well, first of all, we must not forget that these talks are going on because Russia invaded Ukraine and wants to erase Ukraine as a sovereign country. And now the talks are going on, and of course President Zelensky is in a very difficult position because on one hand he sees all the destruction that Russia is causing, all the civilians being killed, but and on the other hand there's this pressure to achieve peace, but he doesn't want to give away his territory. So it's a very, very difficult position. And of course, Russia is struggling, like the previous reporter said, struggling in places in around Kiev, for example. So they are stepping back, but we have to keep in mind that there is still a vast territory that is occupied already with the Russian troops, by the Russian troops. So you know, whatever agreement there is, it is made at gunpoint because the civilians of Ukraine are being killed.
Yeah, it has to be constructive, and I hear what you're saying. It has to be constructive, though, doesn't it, if Ukrainian negotiators are voicing signs of progress as they emerge from today's talks. An advisor for Ukraine's president saying that there is now a chance that Volodymyr Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin could meet in person. Again, your sense, your response to hearing that?
I understand that Ukrainian president wants to do everything that is in his power to stop this war and also stop the killing of civilians and the destruction of the cities of Ukraine. And he's in a very difficult position. So, of course, it is good if two of them meet. So far, President Putin hasn't been or has not agreed to meet Zelensky, as he doesn't consider Ukraine to be a separate country. So he tries to negotiate with bigger players in the world arena, but nobody can make the agreements for Ukraine.
Well, that's the Estonian Prime Minister speaking to me last hour. Our Damon is in Istanbul for us, where these what could be consequential Russian and Ukrainian talks were held. Delegations meeting there earlier. Our what does this Ukrainian proposal look like?
Well, at this stage, Becky, it seems as if what the Ukrainians are putting to the Russians when it comes to Crimea, for example, is an offer to basically postpone that very controversial issue for another 15 years, or at the very least give both sides this 15-year window during which they are expected to be conducting bilateral talks, during which there will be no military attempt from either side to involve military force when it comes specifically to the issue of Crimea. When it comes to a number of other proposals, well, the Russians have said that they will then be taking that to their own side for further negotiation. Now, when it comes to Ukraine, though, what they need to try to negotiate is not just with Russia. Ukraine also now is in a position where it needs to negotiate these security guarantees that we've been hearing President Zelensky and others talk about, because even though Ukraine is, yes, open to this idea of becoming a non-nuclear neutral state, although they do want to first put that to a referendum, Ukraine is unwilling to do that without these guarantor states being involved. And they would be the likes of the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Turkey, to name a few. And what Ukraine wants to see from these guarantor states is an agreement that is similar to, if not more binding than the one that exists among NATO nations themselves. And so Ukraine really right now looking at these various Western nations to pledge, to vow that should Russia attack again once this current round of fighting is over, that these countries would actually step in a concrete way to protect Ukraine from any further hostility. Another thing to talk about too, Becky, even though both sides have been saying that these talks were constructive, even though the Turks have been saying that this is the most progress that has been made during any talk to date, that bar is quite low. If we just look at the issue of humanitarian corridors, both sides talked about a humanitarian ceasefire, Becky, but they didn't even reach an agreement on that.
Sure. I mean, I guess, you know, what we've got here is a Ukrainian proposal forged in Turkey, the ball now very clearly in President Putin's court. I interviewed Ibrahim Kalin, the Turkish presidential spokesperson, ahead of this meeting. I interviewed him on Sunday. You've just seen him in the images there in Turkey. Have a listen to what he told me.
Of course, the negotiating teams are doing an important job, no doubt. It's essential because the Russian side has been saying if the negotiating teams bring us some kind of an agreement, some kind of an understanding, and then, you know, we can have this meeting between the two presidents, because President Zelensky is ready to meet President Putin. It's President Putin who has said no so far, and our president has said, okay, I'm ready to facilitate, bring the two of you together in Turkey or somewhere else. It doesn't matter. You know, we are not trying to promote Turkey as a venue for this. What we are concerned about is to bring an end to this war a day earlier than it is necessary.
He says they're not trying to promote Turkey as a sort of successful venue for this, but if Turkey ends up being that successful venue, you know, what does that mean for Ankara?
Well, look, Turkey has found itself during this conflict, and in fact during other conflicts in the region, playing something of a mediator role, and this most certainly would to a certain degree perhaps bolster Turkey's standing, especially when it comes to Western nations with whom it has clashed over a plethora of other issues. But Becky, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, you know, if we just dial it back for a second, because this is not just the ball being in Russia's court. This is also the ball being in a number of Western countries' courts. Those countries that Ukraine wants these security guarantees from. Countries that are the very same countries who right now are unwilling to go, understandably perhaps to a certain degree, head to head with Russia. And so while right now, yes, we're talking about progress being made at this meeting, there are some very, very tricky to navigate obstacles before we can actually reach a point where an agreement that is suitable to all sides becomes something that is on paper and that can, and perhaps this is one of the more critical points at all, be inked with sufficient faith on both sides that it will actually, this time, be upheld.
Oh, you make a very, very good point. Thank you. It's good to have you on, and it's good to have you in Istanbul as this part of what is this horrific story unfolds. Thank you. Word of progress towards that ceasefire. Maybe too little, too late for the decimated port city of Mariupol. Its mayor is calling for a full evacuation of that city. About 160,000 people are said to be trapped there. Let me just repeat that, 160,000 people said to be trapped in the city of Mariupol, many of them relying on melted snow as their only source of water. That is according to the president. Local officials say more than 90% of the residential buildings in the city have been damaged or destroyed. CNN's Phil Black has been hearing from people who have fled Mariupol, and he joins me now live from Lviv, Ukraine. Just describe some of these stories that you have heard, Phil.
Becky, I think the point to remember here, the broader context, is that while Russia is talking about pulling back troops from Kiev and around Chernihiv, two areas where it was already doing really poorly, where its troops had essentially failed in their mission to take those cities quickly, Russia is meanwhile openly pursuing a maximist military strategy in trying to control that eastern territory known as the Donbass. It wants to conquer and control that whole stretch of territory, and that includes the port city of Mariupol, that city where, as we've been talking about for some time now, it's been under siege, where there remains 160,000 or so more people without food, water, with very little heat, and under the risk, the threat of constant military bombardment. Russia is still pushing very hard to take that city in an outright sense, pushing for outright military victory. And day by day, it looks like it's getting closer to that goal. Take a look. Russia is so close to taking the prize of Mariupol. These soldiers are already celebrating. The flag going up on this local government building is from one of the Russian-backed separatist regions in Ukraine's east. The Ukrainians peeled off, praise the Almighty, this soldier says. The guys are in a good mood, and we are working according to the order of Putin. We get rare glimpses of Russia's efforts to take the city street by street. These soldiers are from the Russian Republic of Chechnya. It's propaganda video from their leader, which CNN has geolocated to Mariupol. Mariupol's mayor, Vadim Boychenko, tells me the fight isn't over. What happened, or what has happened, to the Ukrainian soldiers defending Mariupol? Are there any left? They hold the line and they stand to the end, he says, to the last drop of blood. It's not only Ukrainian soldiers trapped here. The city council estimates there are still around 170,000 civilians in this devastated city, and 90% of homes have been damaged or destroyed. Valentina enters what's left of the only home she's ever known, the place where she raised her family. She wasn't here when the shell hit. She's been hiding in the basement. She doesn't want to leave. She knows she can't stay. But many will never leave. The council says almost 5,000 people have been killed during the 4-week siege, including more than 200 children. Russia is so close to taking its prize, but it will be a blackened shell of a city, and it's unlikely the people they're conquering will ever forgive them. So, Becky, Russia says, the Ukrainian forces say they're maintaining this circular defense in the city of Mariupol. Circular because they are surrounded. It looks increasingly difficult to see how the fall of Mariupol can be prevented. Remember, in the context of these peace talks, Ukraine says there is no way that it will accept Russian control of the Donbass, and yet there is no reason to believe Russia is going to be prepared to give up this territory, which it is still in the process of taking. It is likely to be the ultimate sticking point in any future peace talk efforts. Becky.
Yeah, unless we forget those on the ground who are suffering. Phil, thank you. Well, while those civilians, those thousands of civilians, are still trapped inside Mariupol, some are managing to make their escape from the artillery attacks and rockets raining down on their homes. But even their temporary safe haven may not be so safe. That story is coming up. Plus, the head of UNICEF joins us to talk about the tough road ahead for Ukraine's kids. We'll look at how the war is affecting so many children. A fact for you. A child in Ukraine has become a refugee almost every single second. That's since the war began just more than a month ago. Those figures according to UNICEF. That means more than half of Ukraine's children have been displaced, roughly 4.3 million of them. Well, the head of UNICEF, Catherine Russell, says it's been one of the fastest displacements of children since World War II. Nearly 2 million of those kids have fled Ukraine and have crossed into neighbouring countries. For those who remain, getting out of cities like Mariupol is getting more dangerous by the day. CNN's Ivan Watson spoke with residents who have made it out of that southern port city but are unsure of their next move.
Shattered by Russian artillery, the windshield of a car that a Ukrainian family used to make their two-day escape from the besieged port city of Mariupol. We meet Natalia shortly after her family reaches relative safety in the parking lot of a superstore on the edge of the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia. The day before yesterday, an artillery shell hit our house, she says. Half of the house is gone. This is what was left.
If Russia sees this, I want them to know that they aren't defending us. They are killing us because they seem to think they're defending us, and that's just not true.
This parking lot, an unofficial gateway to Ukrainian-controlled territory for more than 70,000 Ukrainians who officials say fled Mariupol. The evacuees look shell-shocked. They arrive in vehicles draped with white rags and signs that say children, and some, like 4-year-old Alisa Isayeva, show up in yellow school buses. They were bombing us, she says. Bombing us with planes and tanks. Alisa's aunt Lilia says she suffered from a concussion for days after a strike hit her home.
We walked among corpses. There were bodies under the evergreens, soldiers without heads, without arms. They are lying there. nobody is gathering them. There was such fear that I felt like I was underwater. I wanted to wake up, and now I'm here, and this feels like some kind of a dream.
Inside the superstore, volunteers and the city government are trying to help. Newly arrived evacuees are welcomed at this support center where they're offered warm meals, access to medics, and information about how to travel deeper into safer parts of Ukrainian territory. There's also a bulletin board here where some people are offering free repair of shattered car windows. And there are also postings here looking for information about missing loved ones. For some who survived Russia's modern-day siege, this is the first hint of safety they've had in weeks. Outside, Yulia Mishodova and her son Stanislav have just arrived.
And bear!
Stanislav is chatty and upbeat, but his mother appears unsteady. When Russian warplanes bombed, she says, the family hid under the dining room table, surrounded by pillows.
When the plane flew past, we were sheltering in the center of town. Until now, my ear still hurts from the shockwave.
The unlikely safe haven provided in this parking lot is precarious. Ukrainian officials say Russian troops are positioned barely a half-hour's drive away from here. Ivan Watson, CNN, Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine.
Catherine Russell is the head of UNICEF, and she visited refugees on the Romanian border earlier this month. This is her. She's seen up close what Ukrainian families, women and kids, mostly, it has to be said, face once they enter a new country and try and get adjusted. And she joins me here, I'm delighted to say, in Dubai. You do not have to be a mum to feel the pain of what so many of these families are going through. It certainly helps, though. I mean, it certainly hits home when you are a mum. You were recently at a shelter at the border, as I said, between Ukraine and Romania. Just describe for our viewers what you saw and heard during your trip.
Yeah, well, you can see it on their faces, Becky. I mean, the mothers were confused. They're exhausted because they traveled often by train, sometimes by car to the border. You know, they're frequently carrying their babies like you saw, or their children have them by the hand. The children are dragging their little suitcases behind them. It's just terrifying for them. They're bewildered, they're uncertain, and really they don't know what's coming next. And I think, the challenging thing is a lot of times they've left behind, almost always, their father, their husband, and they're scared and they're worried about the future. The interesting thing is, when I talked to them, they all talked about how they thought they were going home in a few days, and unfortunately we know that's not true.
How does the conflict and the massive displacement impact kids, specifically both in the short, but I'm interested in the long term here as well? What's being done and what more can be done to help them through this process?
Well, in part it depends where they go and what happens to them. And many children are very resilient, so that's the good news. And children can get past things, but they need help. They need social services for that. The children here are going to countries like Poland, Romania, and a lot of them are moving on to other countries in Europe, Germany and other places. But there are a lot of uncertainties for them. Right now they're moving, a lot of them are staying with families in other places. Individuals are taking them in. We don't know how long that's going to last.
And it makes them very vulnerable.
It does, and we're very worried about that because we have a lot of unaccompanied children who are going. We have people on the border who are trying to intercept them and make sure that they don't get picked up by people who are not well-meaning, and there unfortunately are those people who prey on children or young people. And we see a lot of that, unfortunately. And these children are very vulnerable, and we have to be very, very conscious of that and looking out for them.
We're talking about those who have fled the conflict. Of course, we can, again, not just only imagine. Our reporters are telling the stories of those, of course, who have been left behind. Aid agencies have said that though there has been a huge outpouring of support for Ukraine, they are still not getting enough funds, the funds necessary to address the humanitarian needs of this crisis. Is that the case with UNICEF?
Yes, I mean, people have been very, very generous, but the needs are immense. That's the problem. They're just extraordinary to try to take care of the people who've left the country, for sure, and then also the people who are still in the country. I mean, we're estimating right now that half the children in Ukraine have left their homes. So yes, 2 million have left the country, but 2.5 million have left their homes in the country and still need services. And you've shown some of them on your videos. I mean, these children are really at a loss and don't know what comes next. And we're trying to provide education services and health services. And
I was going to ask you, what are the funds spent on? I mean, what sort of money are we talking about here?
We're talking about many millions and millions of dollars. And our sort of request was for, I think, $300 million, but we will definitely spend at least that. And I think it also depends how long this goes on. And I unfortunately don't see any end in sight.
And of course, unfortunately, we hear the warnings that with the world's focus on the war in Ukraine, and that is understandable, we are neglecting a number of other critical issues, global crises. What does the worldwide attention on Ukraine mean for these other major humanitarian challenges? This show is based in this region. It reports in and from and on this region. We are well aware as a team just how other issues can get left behind. And there is a sense of double standards to a certain extent. And I mean that in the best possible way.
Yes, of course. Well, for UNICEF, we continue our work in Afghanistan, in Yemen, in Syria, in the Horn of Africa. I mean, there are so many places where children are in desperate need, and we continue to do our work there. But there's no question that the resources are harder to come by in those regions. It's in a sense, the world's attention shifts. Right there, sometimes it's on Afghanistan and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's on Syria, sometimes it's not. Right now it's on Ukraine, and as you say, that's understandable. But we need to make sure that children everywhere are being taken care of, and that's hard to do. But we need to do it as a world community. We can't forget the children who are suffering in all parts of the world.
You have amazing teams working around the world. We work with many of them sadly, on these conflicts and these issues. We will continue to provide support for you and do whatever we can because
Thank you so much.
These kids need that support. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you so much, Becky. Thank you.
Well, with so many lives at stake, it is no wonder that Joe Biden's unscripted comment about Vladimir Putin set the world on edge. Ahead, analysis from my colleague Stephen Collinson about how his words could change the course of this war. That is coming up. Returning to our top story, a significant announcement from Moscow following talks with Ukraine. Russia's defense ministry saying its troops will, quote, drastically reduce military activity. Well, around the capital of Kyiv and Chernihiv to the north. US officials say this marks a major shift in strategy. Russia making clear after the talks this is not a ceasefire, but a gradual military de-escalation. Meantime, Ukrainian forces pressing a counter-offensive in parts of the capital. The Interior Ministry says the suburb of Irpin, which Ukraine claimed to have retaken, came under shelling on Monday night. You can see the damage the city had already sustained in fighting from video taken earlier this month. Well, the situation is so fast-moving and so delicate that any sudden moves are likely to make the whole world nervous. Ukraine's fuel for this fight has been the billions of dollars in military aid from the US and other NATO allies who are trying to avoid fighting Russia directly, which is why what the US president said about Vladimir Putin on Saturday, quote, "For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power," set nearly everyone on edge. On Monday, the American president clarified what he says he meant.
I'm not walking anything back. The fact of the matter is I was expressing the moral outrage I felt toward the way Putin is dealing in the actions of this man. Just brutality. Half the children in Ukraine. I just come from being with those families. But I want to make it clear, I wasn't then, nor am I now, articulating a policy change. I was expressing the moral outrage that I felt.
Well, that was the US president on Monday. CNN's Stephen Collinson calls it a present for Russia's president. He writes, "There's no doubt that Biden handed Putin a propaganda gift that could undermine the US president's own hard work in keeping the focus on Ukraine. Moscow's information complex is certain to present the war to the Russian people as a hostile push by the West in order to further obscure the truth about the unprovoked attack on Ukraine." Well, CNN Politics' senior reporter Stephen Collinson joining me live from Washington now. And it was Biden himself who has always cautioned that a president's words must be carefully chosen. I guess that begs the question, was this an off-the-cuff remark, or were these words chosen by President Putin?
Hey, Becky, I think there's a couple of things going on here. First of all, throughout his long political career, words have had a habit of getting President Biden into trouble. He had a long reputation as a bit of a gaffe machine during his almost half century in the Senate. Way back in 1988, he had to pull out of a presidential campaign because he plagiarized the words of then British Labour leader Neil Kinnock. So this is not a new thing. He did impose more discipline on himself, and he's talked about that himself during the campaign in 2020. That was helped by the fact that he wasn't out that much because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So you have Biden's difficulty in making himself clear. He's also a politician who wears his heart upon his sleeve. He did see those refugees, and he was emotionally affected. And he does have this streak of indiscipline. So when you put those two things together, that's one thing. But you're right, it's very important during an international crisis, especially one between two nuclear-armed superpowers, that the president speaks very carefully. That was one reason why the White House tried to clear this up very quickly on Saturday. The problem was that they actually made the problem worse, because it was clear from what they said that they were trying to say, well, the president was talking about Putin not being able to have power over Ukraine and other countries. It was completely ridiculous. It was clear what the president said. I think he got to a point yesterday when he said on camera, look, I don't think Putin should be in power, but I'm not going to take any steps to take him down, which was probably what the White House should have come up with back on Saturday. And it might have, changed this whole situation of international alarm we saw unfolding. I do think this was probably more of an issue outside the United States, where people were struggling to work out exactly what Biden was saying, rather than in the United States.
And you make a good point, because as somebody who is outside of the United States, I have heard that concern voiced again and again, and the confusion that was caused. And to avoid any confusion, by the way, that I might have caused, I clearly meant Biden when I said Putin leading into the question to you. But well done for not being confused. I think it was pretty clear. I was moderating a panel at the World Government Summit here in Dubai today, Stephen. I want you to have a listen to what economist Pippa Malmgren said.
Otto von Bismarck said, "The art of diplomacy is about giving others ladders to climb down from untenable positions." And I fear that the current position of the United States is very much, we can win this, as opposed to we need to find an off-ramp. We need to find an exit. We need to get back to a negotiating table. We may have disagreements, but resolving them in a battlefield is not the right way to do it.
And that speaks to the very point that you were just raising. What is the sense at the White House as to what this might have caused? I know they've walked it back and we've heard from Joe Biden himself, but what's the sense behind the scenes about the impact?
I think they realize that this is a very delicate situation, and you do not want to make this a public showdown between Biden and Putin, to make it even more difficult for the Russian leader to make concessions, if he were willing to make them, to step back away from this. And they've been very careful. That whole episode about not sending Polish jets, Soviet-era fighters to Ukraine, they were trying to make sure that this didn't become a NATO against Russia issue rather than a Russia-Ukraine issue. But at the same time, and as these perhaps these peace talks are showing some developments in Turkey, there's a real concern in Washington that allowing President Putin to bite off another huge chunk of Ukraine in the greater Donbass region, for example, which seems to be the way the Russians are heading, that would reward his aggression. So while we may be seeing a de-escalation, I think it's unlikely that the US is going to step back from its tough position against Moscow, the sanctions, very considerable support for Ukraine at this point. And one more thing is, you know, this idea that the president might have convinced Putin that the US was out to get him. I think there's a lot of evidence that the Russian leader thinks the US has been trying to get rid of him for more than a decade. He thought Hillary Clinton, when she was Secretary of State, was sponsoring demonstrations in Moscow against him. So at this point, I think his view of the United States and his suspicion of the United States is such that anything that you know, President Biden says is unlikely to change what is a really jaundiced view of America in President Putin's mind, and to change his behavior.
Stephen Collinson's in the House. You also wrote in your piece, and I quote here, Biden's initial efforts to avoid personalizing the conflict with Putin and characterizing the war as a direct US-Russia showdown have been undermined by his own hardening rhetoric towards the Russian leader in recent days. You can find Stephen's excellent analysis at CNN.com. Stephen, thank you. Coming up, how the advisor to the UAE president sees the conflict in Ukraine and the geopolitical changes in the Middle East, plus Turkey's role in the Russia-Ukraine talks. I've been speaking to the chief advisor to the Turkish president. His take, along with the diplomatic view from Brussels. All that is up next. And Becky Anderson in Dubai, welcome back. You are watching Connect the World. It is 20 to 8 here in Dubai as we continue our coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I want to get you first up to speed on some of the other stories that are on our radar right now. And British police say they will issue 20 fines as part of their investigation into the Partygate scandal involving Boris Johnson's government. It's the first official confirmation that illegal events were held at Downing Street and Whitehall at the height of the pandemic. A spokesman for the UK Prime Minister says Mr. Johnson has so far not been issued a fine. Shanghai city officials clamping down even more as they enforce a two-phase COVID lockdown to get everybody there tested. 6 million people living in Pudong district are no longer allowed to leave their homes except to get that mandatory COVID test. Before, they were restricted but to their residential compounds. Well, oil prices have fallen sharply after Russia indicated it plans to dial back its assault on parts of Ukraine. That's easing energy supply fears, which had, of course, sent crude prices soaring earlier this month. And US Secretary of State Antony Blinken on a two-day visit to Morocco. Here he is during a meeting with the Moroccan foreign minister. Later, he is set to meet the UAE's de facto leader, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, at his local palace. Well, that meeting between Abu Dhabi's Crown Prince and the US Secretary of State is an important one. As a regular viewer of this show, you will know that we have been monitoring a new regional dynamic emerge since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Perhaps its momentum has increased. It's in fact been going on for some time, one in which regional countries like the UAE are taking on a more nuanced position vis-à-vis their relations between Moscow and Washington. In a nutshell, regional powers are sensing a need to chart their own foreign policy path, and that was on display at a recent meeting of Arab foreign ministers in Israel. Well, earlier I spoke to the UAE's presidential advisor, Anwar Gabash, and I asked him about that Negev Desert Summit, as it is being known. Have a listen.
And the Middle East really, going back to the Negev Summit, the Middle East is not really only about Iran, and the Middle East is not only about Israel.
Because you could be confused by that.
Yeah, you could be confused. You could be confused, and I think our whole intention is to find a way of functionally working with Iran.
Anwar Gargash had this to say on the impact of that war in Ukraine on the international system. Have a listen.
Ukraine is going to be a significant change in the international order. And I think the repercussions are going to be quite deep and prolonged. But I think we do really need to find a political solution, and it starts with a ceasefire and a political solution ASAP. We need to do that because the danger of horizontal or vertical escalation is real.
Anwar Gargash speaking to me earlier here at the World Government Summit. Well, the most meaningful progress yet, that is what Turkey is saying about those face-to-face Russia-Ukraine talks held a short time ago in Istanbul. The Kremlin is now saying it will, quote, drastically reduce its military assault on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv and the northern city of Chernihiv. Some US officials going so far as to call this a major strategy shift by Moscow. The US president has been on the phone with European leaders today discussing the latest developments. CNN's international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is live from Brussels. So let's drill down on where we are on all of this. What do we know about the detail of this Ukrainian proposal, Nick? And how is it being received? We know that there is a ball in Putin's court, of course, because the next stage is for face-to-face talks. But as we understand it, this proposal will have a real impact on a number of European countries. Explain.
This at the moment is, as you say, a proposal from the Ukrainian side, and the only feedback we have from the Russian side to say is that there's 2 points here. One, and you've just mentioned both of them, but this is the current Russian position, that there's a potential now for a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky, and the Russians have decided to dial back their offensive around Kyiv and Chernihiv. Now, these steps in themselves, even the Russians admit this dialing back their offensive there doesn't mean that it's a ceasefire. The ball is firmly in the Russian court, and it really is going to depend on how Russia responds to how the EU, for example, can respond. But I think just to give you a flavour of the sentiment, as you said, President Biden speaking with the Prime Minister of Italy, Chancellor of Germany, President of France, a British Prime Minister as well, speaking with them in the past hour or so. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying that really not seeing any momentum on the Russian side yet to convince them that the Russian side is genuine. So that really does mean we have to see what Russia does with this ball that's now in their court. And I think the other thing you can take away from today is the fact that, for example, Ireland has expelled 4 Russian diplomats. The Netherlands has expelled 17 Russian diplomats. Belgium today expelling 20 Russian diplomats. The French sports company Decathlon deciding to close its outlets in Russia. All of these signals coming from the European Union tell you that the tough line that's being taken with Russia, the sanctions that are being taken with Russia, is maintained. You can expect that to have been part of President Biden's call with these leaders as well. That this is only a proposal from the Ukrainian side. We have to see how far Russia is going to go with it. And I think the big difficulty that everyone sees is that while Russia says it's easing off the conflict in some parts of Ukraine, it's maintaining the conflict in other parts. And of course, part of the Ukrainian position is Russia must remove all its troops to pre-invasion positions outside of Ukraine, the 23rd of February. So I think that's the lie of the land at the moment. But the position from here is just as it was yesterday. There's a lack of trust in Russia, and it needs to be seen how they will respond.
On the issue of neutrality, of course, it will require a Ukrainian referendum, as NATO membership is part of its constitution. That wouldn't happen anytime soon, would it? Given just the state of affairs in Ukraine at present.
It's exactly that conundrum. What we've seen today in Istanbul sounds good, and it looks like a potential map of where things could go, and the Crimea issue, which is hugely contentious, parked for 15 years. But if Russia insists on keeping its forces inside Ukraine, then a referendum becomes a non-starter as far as the Ukrainian government's concerned. They say you can only have a referendum when people feel free to go and vote. How could the people of Kherson, which has now been taken over by Russian military, or many of the other smaller cities, how could those people feel free to go and express their opinions where they're having a new parallel government inflicted upon them? People are being detained there. There's been, a push for those Ukrainians in those Russian-held places now to use the Ukrainian currency. How could those people feel free and able to go and express their will in a referendum? And that's the Ukrainian position. The Russian troops have to be out before you can have a referendum. So the troop issue is contentious. The referendum couldn't happen until afterwards. It could be potentially a year. Who knows how long, Becky?
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that he has seen no signs the talk between Ukraine and Russia are moving forward in an effective way because the US has not seen, and I quote him here, signs of real seriousness by Russia. So the position from the US Secretary of State, Nick, as you will have heard today, actions speak louder than words. To be continued, as it were. Thank you, Nick. Still to come. The fallout from the fight, what Will Smith now says about the slap seen around the world. Plus, for the first time in months, Queen Elizabeth II steps out in public at an event to honour her late husband. Details on the service for Prince Philip is after this. Smith has posted an apology for slapping Chris Rock at Sunday's Academy Awards ceremony. On Instagram, Smith wrote, and I quote him here, "Violence in all forms is poisonous and destructive." He says his behaviour was unacceptable and inexcusable. The Academy has opened a formal review into Smith's actions. And it looks like more people than expected were watching the Academy Awards on Sunday night. According to early Nielsen numbers, that's the organisation that tracks viewing figures, the show drew an average of 15.3 million viewers in the States. That's a 56% jump from last year's show. That was the lowest rated Oscars ever. It's not clear yet if there was a surge in viewership after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock or before, but the altercation blew up on social media, which may have drawn some people to tune in for the show's final hour. Well, Britain's Queen Elizabeth II makes her first public appearance in months to pay tribute to her late husband of 73 years. Members of the royal family and world dignitaries attended a Thanksgiving service honouring the Duke of Edinburgh, as he was also known as, who passed away last April. CNN's Anna Stewart has more from London for you.
This was the first time the Queen has been seen outside of a royal household for nearly 6 months. With the aid of a walking stick and support from her son, Prince Andrew, the Queen arrived for a service of thanksgiving at Westminster Abbey for Prince Philip, her husband for more than 70 years.
Nobody would ever doubt his loyalty and deep devotion to our Queen and to their family.
A service starkly different to the funeral last year. A pared-back ceremony due to the pandemic. The Queen sat in a pew alone. On Tuesday, the Queen was surrounded by family, by friends, British politicians, royal families from overseas, and hundreds of people representing the many charities and organisations that Prince Philip was a patron of. And in this service, the congregation were allowed to sing. Choosing Prince Andrew to help Her Majesty in and out of Westminster Abbey was a clear sign of a mother's support for her son. The first time he's been seen publicly since he settled a sex abuse lawsuit. Prince Harry and his wife, the Duchess of Sussex, were notably absent, but plenty of younger royals were there, bringing together a family in love and memory. And a nation looking forward to happier days ahead, with the Queen's Platinum Jubilee coming up in June, a moment to celebrate the Queen's 70 years of public service, which she continues without Prince Philip by her side. Anna Stewart, CNN, London.
Thank you for joining us. CNN continues after this short break. Stay with us.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello everyone, I'm Zain Asher in New York, and this is One World. We begin with a glimmer of hope. Turkey is hailing talks between Russia and Ukraine as the most meaningful progress so far in the effort to stop the war. Following those talks in Istanbul, Moscow said it would drastically reduce its military activity in both Kyiv and Chernihiv. And both sides are considering a meeting between Presidents Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. Ukraine, meantime, proposed becoming a neutral country in exchange for security guarantees. Ahead of the talks, Ukraine said it made significant gains on the battlefield as well. On Monday, officials said that they liberated more areas in the Kherson region and pushed back Russian troops in another southern city as well. But Russian forces also continued their blistering campaign. They struck a regional administrative building in Mykolaiv, killing at least 9 people and leaving 22 wounded. The Ukrainian president mentioned this attack in his speech to the Danish parliament earlier.
They, just like every other Ukrainian, have become a target for Russian troops and missiles, airstrikes, rocket artillery and mortars. There is an impression that the Russian army has used so much weaponry against our people that it is impossible to count every one. But the intensity and brutality of military action against us has reached a level higher than during the Second World War.
In the southeast, Russian troops are trying to consolidate control around the port of Mariupol. After weeks of fighting, Ukraine says that 90% of the city's residential buildings are now damaged or destroyed. The mayor is calling for a complete evacuation of the remaining citizens, but authorities have struggled to get them out despite agreeing to a new corridor out of the city. I want to go to Nick Robertson live now, who's joining us from Brussels. So Nick, let's talk more about these negotiations. It seems that there's some meaningful movement here. Just walk us through what a potential meeting between Putin and Zelensky would look like, especially given that there is such little trust between both sides.
Putin has been incredibly dismissive and talked about President Zelensky in absolutely derogatory terms, and until just a few days ago was intent on removing him from office. The Russians say that's not the case now. They're not about denazification of the country, as they call it, and are indicating that they are stopping their offensive on Kyiv. Zelensky would go into this the weaker of the pair. He relies on international support, and that's what we've heard his negotiators put on the table for the Russian negotiators in Istanbul to take back to Moscow and talk about that Ukraine would expect Russian forces to withdraw to pre-invasion positions before the 23rd of February, and that Ukraine would need to have the support and security guarantees of the international community. So Zelensky, on the one hand, is weaker because he has a weaker army, although he's clearly surprised Putin in his effective use of the forces at his disposal. But he goes into it bolstered not only militarily by the international community with these defensive weapons, surface-to-air missiles, anti-tank missiles, but he goes in bolstered by the commitments from the international community that have been stated so many times that they would respect and support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, which in essence means that Putin would have to pull his troops out. So I think there's a lot of caveats before we even get to the possibility, the real possibility of those two actually meeting, those two presidents actually meeting. And I think that was underlined by what the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, said today, that he feels that at the moment there's no indication that Russia is being serious in what it's saying about de-escalating in around Kyiv and a couple of other places, that Russia is still intent on prosecuting the war in the south and east of the country. And indeed, Secretary Blinken feels that Russia is trying to, in his words, deflect and deceive the international community and the Ukrainians about what they're really trying to do. They're not really de-escalating, he thinks. They're merely just shifting the focus of the battle for propaganda and PR considerations.
I mean, overall, though, Nick, when you look at sort of how long this war has been going on for, it's been going on for over a month now, and Putin clearly expected a quick victory when he started this offensive. How is Putin selling this at home? How is he sort of using his own propaganda to sell this war to the Russian people?
Yeah, he has a pervasive and pernicious propaganda machine which dictates to the Russian people President Putin's own view of how the war's going, and they're playing down the casualties and playing up their apparent successes, the towns that they have managed to take. They're not talking about the fact that they are now recalibrating. They're merely saying that they're going after what they were originally focusing on, which was the Donbass region. But it seems to be very clear they also want that eastern and southern corridor that geographically links the Crimean Peninsula to Russia proper. So I think the ability for the Russian people to get a clear picture of what's going on is incredibly difficult because of President Putin's propaganda. And certainly that's why President Zelensky was speaking to independent Russian media who do have an ability to reach around some of that propaganda. There are people in Russia who still seek out a more independent view of what's happening. But I think the real difficulty here for President Putin is his propaganda isn't being honest with the Russian people. If it were being honest, then he would be looking as if he'd done a poor job for Russia. So as you try to get to a peaceful settlement at all of this, an important part of this for President Putin is coming out of it looking like he won. That's not part of what the Ukrainians proposed to the Russian negotiators today, which is why what we have is a potential roadmap of a way forward, but it's not a definitive track of how Russia and Ukraine are going to get to peace on this.
Nick Robertson, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, as we mentioned at the top of the show, Russia says it will drastically reduce its military assault on Ukraine's capital. But earlier, CNN was actually able to get a first-hand look at some of the devastation caused by recent Russian attacks. We want to warn you that some of the images you are about to see are graphic. Our Fred Pleitgen traveled to one village north of Kyiv.
Kyiv remains under full-on attack by Vladimir Putin's army. Ukrainian officials saying Russian forces are trying to storm the capital, but failing, unleashing artillery barrages on civilian areas in the process. We drove to the village Novi Petrivce, north of Kyiv, only a few miles from the front line. Even the streets here are pockmarked with shrapnel and massive impact craters. Whole buildings laid to waste. I mean, just look at the utter destruction caused by this massive explosion. There's some really thick brick walls, and even they were annihilated by the force of whatever landed here. The people here tell us they only felt one really large explosion, and it wounded several people and killed a small child. That child was 2-year-old Stepan, killed while in his bed when the house came under fire. These videos, given to us by local authorities, show the chaos in the aftermath. As the wounded appear in shock, residents and rescuers try to save those who were inside. Stepan pronounced dead on the scene. Stepan was Oleg Shpak's second youngest child. We found Oleg sifting through the rubble of his house days later. Inside, he shows me the damage caused by the explosion. He was at work when his home was hit. His wife, the other children, and his mother-in-law had already been brought to the hospital when he arrived at the house. Stepan couldn't be saved, and because of staff shortages at the morgue, Oleg had to prepare his son's body for burial himself.
I had to wash him, to dress him, his head from his right ear to his left ear. One large hematoma, his arms, his legs, a total hematoma not compatible with life. And besides that, lots of other wounds were discovered after death.
Many other houses have also been hit here. The police tell me the Russians shell the town every day. We bumped into 84-year-old Halina in the town center. She was a child when the Nazis invaded this area and says now things are worse.
Worse than fascists. When the Germans were here and entered our homes, they would shoot at the ceiling, but they would not touch us. They moved us into the woods, but they did not shoot us like the Russian soldiers are shooting now, killing children.
The Kremlin claims its forces don't target civilian areas, but the US, NATO, and the Ukrainians say the Russians are frustrated by their lack of progress and are firing longer-range weapons because they can't make headway on the ground.
They understand that sooner or later our troops will push them out of our territory. Now the Russians are doing dirty tricks. They shoot more at civilian areas than at the positions of the Ukrainian army.
Ukraine's army says it's pressing its own counteroffensive, trying to dislodge Russian troops from the outskirts of Kiev. The Kremlin's forces, meanwhile, so far unable to take the Ukrainian capital, are instead laying waste to its suburbs. Fred Pleitgen, CNN, Novi Petrivce, Ukraine.
Ukrainian officials are reporting what could be significant gains against Russian forces in the southern part of the country. For more, I want to bring in CNN's Phil Black, live in Lviv. So just walk us through, Phil, what sort of progress the Ukrainian forces are making, especially as they try to retake towns in the south of Ukraine.
So there are reports from Ukrainian officials, notably from the Kherson region in the south, that Ukrainian counterattacks are proving to be really effective at pushing Russian lines further away from population areas, and while also driving Ukrainian units closer to the city of Kherson, which is occupied by Russia. So it's an area of real activity. Where this fits in the broader picture, well, keeping in mind that Russia is now talking about withdrawing forces from the north in terms of around Kiev and around Chernihiv in response to these peace talks, also very likely because these are Russian forces that aren't particularly going anywhere, while in the east and the southeast, Russia is still very much pursuing maximalist military objectives. It wants to control all of that territory in the east, known as the Donbass, and the stretch of territory along the south, along the Sea of Azov towards the Crimean Peninsula as well. It's quite open in its desire to do so. That includes the port city of Mariupol, where, as we've been talking about for some weeks now, it remains a city under siege, where there is a defence, but it is faltering day by day, it would seem, and where the suffering of still some 160,000 people is immense as they continue to live within the ruins of this city as Russia pushes day by day to take control. Take a look.
Russia is so close to taking the prize of Mariupol. These soldiers are already celebrating. The flag going up on this local government building is from one of the Russian-backed separatist regions in Ukraine's east. The Ukrainians peeled off, praise the Almighty, this soldier says. The guys are in a good mood and we are working according to the order of Putin. We get rare glimpses of Russia's efforts to take the city street by street. These soldiers are from the Russian Republic of Chechnya. It's propaganda video from their leader, which CNN has geolocated to Mariupol. Mariupol's mayor, Vadim Boychenko, tells me the fight isn't over.
What happened, or what has happened, to the Ukrainian soldiers defending Mariupol? Are there any left?
They hold the line and they stand to the end, he says, to the last drop of blood. It's not only Ukrainian soldiers trapped here. The city council estimates there are still around 170,000 civilians in this devastated city, and 90% of homes have been damaged or destroyed. Valentina enters what's left of the only home she's ever known, the place where she raised her family. She wasn't here when the shell hit. She's been hiding in the basement. She doesn't want to leave. She knows she can't stay. But many will never leave. The council says almost 5,000 people have been killed during the 4-week siege, including more than 200 children. Russia is so close to taking its prize, but it will be a blackened shell of a city, and it's unlikely the people they're conquering will ever forgive them.
Ukraine's military say they're maintaining a circular defence within that city. Circular because their remaining forces there are surrounded. Day by day, it is increasingly difficult to see how the fall of Mariupol can be prevented. And in that case, it is difficult to see ultimately how that can be accepted as part of any sort of peace deal, because Russia will not have much motivation for giving up that territory, and Ukraine says it cannot possibly accept any peace arrangement that locks in Russian control of that territory zone.
All right, Phil Black, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, still to come here, the northern city of Chernihiv has been under fierce assault. Now Russia is pledging to drastically reduce attacks there and in Kyiv. But can the Russians be believed? I'll ask a resident when we come back. More than 400,000 people lived in Mariupol before Russia's invasion, but less than half of them remain. The city's mayor is calling for a full evacuation, but says their evacuation corridors are largely under the control of Russian forces. CNN's Ivan Watson spoke with residents who have made it out of Mariupol, but are unsure of their next move.
Shattered by Russian artillery, the windshield of a car that a Ukrainian family used to make their two-day escape from the besieged port city of Mariupol. We meet Natalia shortly after her family reaches relative safety in the parking lot of a superstore on the edge of the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia. The day before yesterday, an artillery shell hit our house, she says. Half of the house is gone. This is what was left.
If Russia sees this, I want them to know that they aren't defending us. They are killing us because they seem to think they're defending us, and that's just not true.
This parking lot, an unofficial gateway to Ukrainian-controlled territory for more than 70,000 Ukrainians who officials say fled Mariupol. The evacuees look shell-shocked. They arrive in vehicles draped with white rags and signs that say children, and some, like 4-year-old Alisa Isayeva, show up in yellow school buses. They were bombing us, she says. bombing us with planes and tanks. Elisa's aunt Lilia says she suffered from a concussion for days after a strike hit her home.
We walked among corpses. There were bodies under the evergreens, soldiers without heads, without arms. They're lying there. Nobody is gathering them. There was such fear that I felt like I was underwater. I wanted to wake up, and now I'm here, and this feels like some kind of a dream.
Inside the superstore, volunteers and the city government are trying to help. Newly arrived evacuees are welcomed at this support center where they're offered warm meals, access to medics, and information about how to travel deeper into safer parts of Ukrainian territory. There's also a bulletin board here where some people are offering free repair of shattered car windows. And there are also postings here looking for information about missing loved ones. For some who survived Russia's modern-day siege, this is the first hint of safety they've had in weeks. Outside, Yulia Mishodova and her son Stanislav have just arrived.
And bear!
Stanislav is chatty and upbeat, but his mother appears unsteady. When Russian warplanes bombed, she says, the family hid under the dining room table, surrounded by pillows.
When the plane flew past, we were sheltering in the center of town. Until now, my ear still hurts from the shockwave.
The unlikely safe haven provided in this parking lot is precarious. Ukrainian officials say Russian troops are positioned barely a half-hour's drive away from here. Ivan Watson, CNN, Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine.
Russia says it will drastically reduce its military assault on the capital, Kyiv, and the city of Chernihiv, which has seen intense shelling in the past few weeks. The besieged city lies about halfway between Kyiv and the Russian border. Chernihiv's mayor says at least 350 people, most of them civilians, have been killed. In this video, take a look here, taken during a drive down one of the main roads, you can see massive destruction, smoke there billowing in the air, flames rising from several buildings as well. The mayor says his city has been under sustained attack. A loud explosion interrupted him even as he was speaking to CNN. Listen. Alexei works as a translator in Chernihiv and joins us live from a suburb of the city. We're actually only using his first name, just so you know, to protect his identity. Alexei, thank you so much for being with us. So you and I actually spoke. We spoke on the phone earlier. Just tell me what you're seeing and what you're experiencing right now, because I understand that you are about 20 kilometers or so north of the city of Chernihiv. You have 3 children as well. The youngest is just 5 years old.
Good evening. We're from Ukraine. Now I'm, no one is in safety now, but now I'm feeling like in relative safety. There are no airplanes, no Russian soldiers, but they're like only 5 kilometers away from where my present location is. You can hear all day long how they're bombarding the city. For several weeks we observed the airplanes flying towards the city and launching missiles. So that's very shocking when you understand that your relatives are still there who were unable to flee to safety. Basically, sit here and wait until something happens, until you hear some good news. I don't even call some of my friends to hear bad news. So that's the most devastating thing in this situation.
But you do keep in touch with your extended family because they're inside Chernihiv proper. You're on the outskirts. You're about 20 kilometers away, as I mentioned. You're actually behind enemy lines. That's why you feel relatively safe at the moment. But for your family, for your extended family who are still trapped in Chernihiv, what are they telling you? How often do you speak to them? What are they going through?
The mobile phone communications are very unstable. So we managed to call them like maybe every 5 or 6 days. It usually happens early in the morning when the lines are not busy. My I mean, they're telling us all this nightmare that's happening to the city. There are no water supply, electricity or gas. Lots of houses have been destroyed, most in the private sector. You know, the outskirts of the city, they are completely annihilated. I've seen the video, the pictures. It's terrible to see what they've done, the Russians have done to the city. My mother-in-law, well, she spends most of the days in the basement with, you know, short periods where they can come out and cook food outdoors in the fire. So it's immensely difficult and terribly, you know, devastating for them. Especially their age, almost 70, and you can imagine how hard it is.
Yeah, I mean, we are having very slight audio issues with you, but I hope that you can still hear me. I'm going to keep asking you questions as long as I still have you. What is your general sort of plan of action when you hear the sound of rocket launchers or artillery in the distance? What is your plan of action on a day-to-day basis, given that you have 3 children?
Oh, it's very simple. You just run. You run into the cellar for safety. You don't want to risk your life or the life of your children. I mean, we are prepared. We are accustomed to all of this. You know, you easily get accustomed to any sort of thing. The children are organized. So once you hear it, that, you know, explosions are approaching, you simply run into the cellar and wait until it all stops.
What do you tell your children about what's happening, especially the 5-year-old?
Oh, they are quite aware of what's happening. Of course, they perceive war as something distant, something they've never seen. But I can imagine what's happening in the city. I try to paint a picture for them, to comfort them. But the first thing I told them, that the world that you knew has come to an end, and this is very true. That there is very high possibility that upon our return to the city, our apartment is going to be, you know, destroyed. The chances are very, very high, because they are continuing to bomb the city. Even now, I can still hear remote sounds and rumbling from that direction.
Right now, as you're talking to me, you can hear it?
Yeah.
How far away does it sound?
Since I'm indoors. Oh, you know, you are in the building, you don't hear it, you know, very clearly. It just, the windows are shattering. So obviously, this is the Ukrainian army which is shooting. So when you learn to distinguish when it's Ukrainians or the Russians who are shooting. Once the windows are trembling, that's Ukrainians.
And so when you hear, I mean, we've been reporting this on our air all morning. It's morning or afternoon, I'm sorry, where we are right now. We've been talking about the negotiations that are happening between the Russians and the Ukrainians, and this idea that the Russians actually plan to reduce the military presence around cities like, for example, Chernihiv. When you hear that, especially given that you're living through it and you're experiencing it, you're only 20 kilometers from that city, do you believe the Russians?
Well, I believe what I hear and what I see, and I see that today they have doubled the effort. That's for sure, because, well, in the previous days there has been, you know, silence. Today, they've been using multiple rocket launcher systems for almost half a day. So something that I haven't heard for weeks.
Alexei,
so,
I wish you.
You know, you can clearly see that the words of the Russian and the action, they don't match.
Right, you're not the first person to say that. Alexei, thank you so much for being with us. I know it's a very difficult time for you and your family. I hope that you and your children remain safe. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, still to come here, war forced them out of their homes and into the largest Ukrainian refugee center in the whole of Europe. An update on this massive crisis ahead. Hello and welcome back to One World. I'm Zain Asher. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia wants to ensure that nothing remains of Ukraine but ruins and refugees. And with each passing day, the crisis is getting worse. In just over a month, nearly 4 million people have been forced to leave Ukraine. For the first time ever, all EU states have agreed to invoke temporary protection status for Ukrainian refugees. That means they can more quickly settle into new homes, jobs and schools while the war rages on. The EU says that 800,000 refugees have already applied. But countries are simply overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this crisis. And officials say that half of the refugees are children. CNN's Kyung La takes us inside the largest Ukrainian refugee center in Europe.
Nothing can help 5-year-old Jan understand how he and his mother ended up here, a packed convention hall in Warsaw, Poland, filled with thousands of Ukrainians.
He's constantly afraid. He's always afraid.
He's afraid to sleep alone, says his mother, Katya Krush, after nights in this basement as Russian missiles leveled his neighborhood 2 hours north of Kyiv. Everything is fine, she tells him.
So do you,
Are you sure there's nothing flying here, he asks.
They even don't know why they are here. They think maybe they came for some kind of vacation, or
they don't comprehend.
Yeah.
Because they're too young.
Yeah, too young.
Multiply Jan by thousands of people a day, and that's who Tomasz Shipua is trying to help at what's now the largest Ukrainian refugee hub in all of Europe, with up to 7,000 refugees here a day.
I must work, and I don't have to think about such a things too much, because it's really difficult, and it's a tragedy. You'll see. It's better not to think about that.
The 1.5 million square foot expo is now a gateway to the rest of the world, where after crossing into Poland, refugees begin the real process of finding a temporary life beyond war.
They're waiting to go somewhere.
Gdzie wy jedziecie теперь? Gdzie już w Estonii już jadą? Yeah, they're getting to Estonia.
Those with no destination yet wait.
How long has this been going on?
It's less than a month.
Less than a month.
That becomes more challenging as the war stretches on. Thank you, Warsaw, says this woman in Ukrainian, one of the more than 2 million Ukrainian refugees who have arrived in Poland, more than 300,000 in Warsaw alone.
The Polish people will welcome Ukrainians, whatever happens, because they are fighting for our freedom, and we do understand that. But of course, there is a certain limit, human limit, what we can do.
When you say you're at capacity, what do you mean?
We've offered, as a country, free education, free healthcare to all of our guests, which of course means that our schools are going to be filled within weeks, that our hospitals are going to jam.
Warsaw's mayor says no one will be turned away, but he needs help. To help Jan, his mother, and the people of Ukraine. The Polish people accepted us well, she says.
Good people. Good people. Yeah, good people.
Kyung La reporting there from Warsaw. It is a massive coordination effort to tackle this unprecedented refugee crisis. Several groups are working together, including the International Rescue Committee, where Nancy Dent is the Senior Global Communications Officer. Nancy joins us now from Warsaw. Nancy, first of all, thank you for joining us, and thank you so much for the work that you do. You've got a lot of women and children who are traveling, leaving Ukraine, traveling to Poland on their own. Obviously, they're scared. They don't know what the future holds. A lot of their family members, especially the men, their sons, their uncles, their husbands, their fathers have been left behind. How do you go about protecting them and keeping them safe?
Thank you so much for having me. You're absolutely right. So the majority of people that we're seeing arrive in Poland are women and children, as well as the elderly people. And a huge concern for us is the protection risks that come with that when people are traveling alone, or if they're traveling without documents. And people are very vulnerable at the moment to exploitation and abuse, including things like trafficking. What's really important is that people register themselves when they arrive, and the IRC is working with partner organizations to provide information for people as they arrive across the border, border. And that information can be anything from available services like counselling sessions or things available, healthcare, that kind of thing, but also onward travel, trusted places to find a journey to your next city or town. And that is just really to make sure that people feel equipped to have the, the knowledge that they can really travel onwards safely and make informed decisions for themselves.
And from what I understand, a lot of people who arrive in the country, I mean, they are likely to have this lingering hope that hopefully, they're only going to stay in Poland or in Romania for maybe a month, maybe 2 months, at worst case scenario, 3 months. How do you prepare them for the fact that that actually might not be the case, and they could end up staying in Warsaw or in other areas surrounding Poland, in Poland rather, for a lot longer than they ever anticipated?
You're absolutely right. A lot of the people that I've spoken to, nearly everybody, has mentioned that they want to go back to Ukraine, or they expect to be able to go back to Ukraine in the coming weeks or days or weeks. And that's a really tricky thing. One of the main things that people need right now, alongside shelter and food, is that mental health support. People are arriving exhausted, having left active conflict now, and so their mental health is in a real kind of state that needs to be supported. And the first step to making sure that people feel safe is to really make sure that they have that shelter, have a place to charge their phones, and really be able to kind of connect with people who can provide support. And then from there, you can then talk about the kind of longer term implications of keeping your kids out of school. It makes sense to see if you can get them into the local school, for example, and just take things as, each day as it comes.
And what about integration, making sure that a lot of these refugees feel integrated into Polish society?
Absolutely. I mean, a broad concern right now is whether, as your correspondent said earlier, whether the Polish economy and big cities can absorb the large numbers into their labour force alongside children in schools, ill in hospitals, that kind of thing. And yeah, it's really about making sure that people have got access to shelter and they can stay there for a good few days and a good few weeks and months, and making sure that children have got access to classes so that they're not separated from their community. Language is a really important thing. Lots of people have arrived speaking just Ukrainian or Russian, and so making sure that people have access to language classes so they can communicate with their new community is also really important. And these are kind of the pillars of integration that organisations like the IRC are really skilled in. We've been doing these kinds of programs in countries like Greece and across the Balkans for many years. So we're really hoping that we can provide expertise to those local organisations who are already here and already want to be supporting people for as long as we can.
And what's your advice for people who are going to be leaving Ukraine, some of the women and children who are going to be leaving Ukraine, on how to prepare themselves? What's the best way for them to prepare themselves for what lies ahead?
I think one message that I would have and one thing that I would say is that most of the women that I've spoken to in recent weeks along the border is, how surprised and grateful they are for the warm welcome that's being received, that they're receiving once they arrive in Poland. Lots of people didn't expect it. And I think that one thing that people can really kind of take comfort in is the fact that they're arriving into a country that is welcoming them with open arms. And I think that is a real source of comfort and a really important thing to think about.
All right, Nancy Dent, thank you so much again for the work that you do. I'm sure a lot of these refugees who are fleeing with almost nothing to their name. I mean, you've talked about the fact that the currency that they bring with them, the cash that they bring with them, ends up being worthless because of exchange rates and the fees, etc. I'm sure they are very, very grateful for the support that you offer them. Nancy, thank you. All right, still to come here on One World, British officials have seized a super yacht belonging to a Russian businessman. These are live pictures of that yacht. CNN is live on the scene for you next. The UK Department of Transport says that Britain has seized a super yacht belonging to a Russian businessman with ties to Vladimir Putin. CNN's Dave McKenzie joins us live now from Canary Wharf in London, where that super yacht is docked. David, do we know who exactly this yacht belongs to?
No, we don't, and it's an extraordinary super yacht. You can look behind me, the fee, it's flagged in Malta, and it's a bit of a mystery who exactly is the owner of this yacht. But British officials earlier today announcing that they are impounding it. It was due to sail in just a couple of days away from London. They were probably trying to rush that because now sanctions in this country are allowing authorities to impound yachts with for those oligarchs who have alleged links to Vladimir Putin. Now this yacht is something else. It's got a enormous wine cellar, a freshwater pool. It's even got around the side, you can't see it now, these laser-based lighting system. You can see the lavish luxury of those allegedly linked to Putin and the Kremlin. And now the British government says it is going to crack down on those with those alleged links. Zane?
Right, because the UK has in the past been sort of accused of being soft on Russian oligarchs. Does this prove that the tide is turning, David?
Well, good analogy there with this boat, but I think it is a sign that it is taken seriously now. And you've had more than 60 sanctions announced just a few days ago by the UK government saying they are going to put the squeeze on those associated with Vladimir Putin. Of course, this in many ways is a powerful symbol, a symbol of both the wealth of those who may be associated with Vladimir Putin, and also the ostentatious wealth that has been literally floating around the globe in recent years. London, of course, has been in many ways a place where those connected to the Russian leadership have been able to place their money, their billions of money. We don't know exactly who is the owner of this yacht. It was only finished a few months ago from a well-known Dutch shipbuilder with much fanfare, delivered here to the UK in December. And as I said, due to sail out in just a couple of days, and across the world there is this dragnet now by authorities trying to piece together the complicated ownership structure of yachts like this one behind me. There is some crew on board. They refuse to answer any questions. We will try and tease out in the days ahead who exactly owns this yacht. It's often done through shell companies, but given that there were British authorities earlier on this boat impounding it effectively here on the edge of London, means they're taking these sanctions very seriously. Zane?
Dave McKenzie, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, still to come here, that moment that shocked the Academy Awards and actually the world. Will Smith is now apologizing to Chris Rock. Actor Will Smith has issued an apology after slapping comedian Chris Rock on live television during the Academy Awards ceremony on Sunday. That shocking moment came after Chris Rock made a joke about Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. I want you to look at this.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow.
Will Smith went on to win the Academy Award for Best Actor for his role in the film King Richard. On Monday, he publicly apologized to Chris Rock on Instagram, calling his own behavior unacceptable and inexcusable. CNN entertainment reporter Chloe Melass joins us live now from New York. So, Chloe, I was actually at the Oscars. I was in the Dolby Theatre watching when that happened. And I think that one of the reasons it was so shocking to people is that I don't care whether you are in your 20s or in your 50s, whether you are male or female, whether you are American, Italian or Kenyan. Everybody, and I mean everybody, at least until last night or Sunday night, loves Will Smith. And it just seemed so out of character. That's what a lot of people that I spoke to at the after parties were saying, who know Will Smith personally. It just seemed so out of character because his reputation is so spotless in Hollywood and beyond. What do you make of the apology, Chloe?
Look, I think that it's interesting, Zane, and I saw the photos of you there. Really jealous. It's on my bucket list to go one day. Okay. But, you know, watching from home, it was shocking to see. And I think that many of us were wondering, journalists and just people who watch the Oscars, is this real? Is this staged? Is this a joke? You know, and then I think it all sunk in when Will started screaming from his seat or yelling that this is not a joke, this is real, and we're all witnessing this in real time. The apology came about 24 hours after the incident. Will Smith takes the stage to accept the Best Oscar award, his first time winning an Oscar, completely overshadowed by the fact that 40 minutes earlier he, you know, slapped Chris Rock. So that's incredibly unfortunate for someone like Will Smith, who you're saying is a hero to so many people all over the world. And he has had this, frankly, spotless career, like you said. But it's interesting that when he took the stage, he didn't apologize to Chris Rock. He does in this statement, but he still hasn't come out and said anything on video, which would be nice to see in an Instagram story or posting something where you really see the emotion and him try to explain. Because you did see videos of him at the after parties, dancing, having a good time, which rightfully so would be the case if this hadn't happened, right? At the same time, nobody's heard yet from Chris Rock. What does Chris have to say about all of this? Did he know that Jada Pinkett Smith had alopecia? Do he and Will Smith have bad blood that runs deep? We know that he poked fun at the two of them at the 2016 Oscars, but is that really it? Is there more to the story here that we don't know? We do know that the Academy is going to be having a Board of Governors meeting Wednesday night to discuss next steps, Zane, as to how they're going to handle this, because this is unprecedented, and they have to look at their bylaws, like they said in their statement yesterday, and decide what types of repercussions are appropriate for this situation. They're not going to take his Oscar away. I would be shocked. They didn't take Harvey Weinstein's Oscars away. But will they suspend him? And what does that even mean? Is that sort of a slap on the wrist, something symbolic?
I will say just quickly, one thing that was really sad to me is that once that moment happened, forget about all the other people that won Oscars afterwards, or who were nominated afterwards, including Best Documentary, etc. Nobody cared. That's all anyone in the room was talking about. Obviously people who had family members and friends that were nominated did care, but everyone else, that is all they talked about. And so that part of it is really sad. Chloe, we have to leave it there. I'm out of time. Thank you so much. Thanks. All right, I want to turn now back to Ukraine. The invasion of Ukraine has had a devastating impact on children across the country. In the western city of Lviv, volunteers are hosting art therapy classes to try to comfort some of the kids displaced by war. Salma Dalziz reports.
This is art therapy for the youngest forced out of their homes. Today's task is to make postcards for good luck to keep the frontline troops safe. For 9-year-old Vlad, The escape from Kyiv was terrifying. I saw rockets flying and guns, he tells me, and there was a crushed tank right in front of our house. This is his message to Ukraine's defenders. I wake up every day wishing for peace, he reads. Please protect us. Misha loves drawing the faces of his country's poets and warriors.
Why do you like to draw portraits?
Because they look beautiful, he says, and they're not too difficult for me. I have drawn a famous Ukrainian Cossack, he says. I think he will protect the troops. Halfway through class, an air raid siren sounds. The children head into the basement, draw by torchlight, and sing the national anthem to pass the time. Childhood should not look like this. Back in the classroom, we meet Snezhana and Kvitka. They only met 2 days ago, but they're already inseparable.
Why did you become best friends?
We both love anime, she tells me, so we became very close. 13-year-old Snezhana is from Kharkiv, hard hit by Russian bombardment.
I want to tell that my country is in bad time. Tons of houses are broken now.
When you're drawing, does it make you feel calmer?
Yes. Think about good things, about perfect life.
An entire generation of children desperately trying to cling to their lives before war. Salma Abdulaziz, CNN, Lviv.
And thank you so much for watching. I'm Zain Asher. Amanpour is up next. You're watching CNN.
Hello everyone and welcome to Amanpour from the Ukrainian capital Kyiv. Here's what's coming up.
We have seen over the last few days that the Russians stopped advancing on Kyiv.
A major turning point in Russia's assault on Ukraine. Is this the beginning of the end? And Ukrainians still standing strong. I checked back in with lawmaker Lesia Vasilenko. At the start of the war, she told me she had an AK-47 ready to defend her country. And I also speak to the head of the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission here, Matilda Bogner. Plus,
if this war doesn't get resolved quickly, you're going to have catastrophe on top of catastrophe.
Executive Director of the UN World Food Programme talks to Hari Srinivasan about the impact on rising global hunger as Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe.
Welcome to the program, everyone. I'm Christiana Manpour in Kyiv. A potentially huge day here in Ukraine's capital, as Russia says that it has drastically pulled back its assault on Kyiv and also on the city of Chernihiv, just north of here. U.S. officials tell CNN they see a major strategy shift on the ground as Moscow appears to be pulling its forces away. Russia's defense minister this morning said the main tasks of Russia's operation are completed, and now his country can focus its efforts on its primary goal, trying to wrest control of Donbass in eastern Ukraine. Turkey's foreign minister hailed today's negotiations in Istanbul between Ukrainian and Russian delegations as, quote, the most meaningful progress yet. The Ukrainian side says there were some productive discussions on the status of Crimea, but there is still a lot to work out. Most importantly for Ukraine, security guarantees for the future. And now for the very latest on the diplomatic and military fronts, let's bring in Ivo Dolder, he's the former U.S. ambassador to NATO, and Andrei Kortunov, he's Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council, joining us from Moscow. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Andrei Kortunov, let me start with you and ask for you to analyze the seriousness of what's just come out of Moscow today and what the Turkish officials are saying around the talks in Istanbul. Is there a redirection of Russian forces?
Let me say that today I feel slightly more optimistic than yesterday, but of course it is still very fragile. It's not a ceasefire. We see the fighting goes on, especially in places like Mariupol, and I think that it will take time before we can get to a real settlement.
Before I turn to Ivo, Andrei, what do you think motivated the Russians to even start talking like this? The U.S. obviously thinks, and certainly on the ground they believe, that it's because they're not doing well and that they have met way too strong resistance.
We can only guess. I think that, Ukrainians definitely demonstrated a lot of resilience. But at the same time, we can argue that maybe indeed some of the initial goals of the operation have been met. The Russian army captured a lot of territory. And if the goal was to secure the breakaway regions of Donbass, there is still a lot of work to be done on the ground. So I can imagine that it might make some military sense to redirect efforts from Kyiv and Chernihiv to Donbass to get full control over the old administrative border of Lugansk and Donetsk regions of Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Let me turn to you, Ivo Dolder. From the U.S. perspective, certainly we've heard the U.S. describe what seems to be happening as not just an adjustment or a regroup, but, quote, a major shift that appears to be Moscow coming to grips with failure so far. I know Andrei says they've captured a lot of territory, but it's certainly not as much as they intended to, and they only really have one major city under occupation.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think the initial objective clearly pointed to a belief that they could take Kyiv, install a new government, and very quickly occupy all of the southern part of Ukraine, including the critical port city of Odessa, and have all of that in control. Because after all, As President Putin said when he launched this war, Ukraine didn't exist as a country and it needed to be incorporated into Russia. That was the original goal. The Ukrainians have offered extraordinary resistance. The U.S. and other allies have provided it with capabilities to offer the resistance. And I think what we're seeing now is what is being described as a regrouping is really Russian soldiers turning tail in those areas where they are overextended. And now the real concentration is going to be in the Donbass. Importantly, 5 weeks nearly into this war, the Russian forces still haven't even occupied the administrative boundaries of Luhansk and Donetsk, the two areas that we're seeing as the final objective. So there's, as Andrei said, a lot of fighting to be left to be done, and not clear that the Russians will even be able to achieve this objective. And then finally, of course, we do hope that the bombing stops, which has continued in Kyiv, which is where you are, and so many other places, including, of course, in Mariupol. So lots of things need to be changing still as we look at what's going on.
Indeed, and here we've heard, those noises and sounds of war all day. In Lviv, the mayor is saying, I don't buy it. We're also hearing bombings there. But I do want to ask you, Andrei, just to give me your analysis of why you think the Russian soldiers, many of them young people who claim they didn't know they were coming in here to go to war, simply, we're told on the ground, some of them are just refusing to follow orders. Some of them are leaving. And there just seems to be a very low morale, as well as everything else. Poor resupply, poor command and control, poor communications from the Russian side. Why do you think that has been the case here so far?
Well, first of all, I think we should keep in mind that this is a very large military operation. Nothing like that was implemented by the Russian Federation or even by the Soviet Union since the end of the Second World War. So basically, the Russian army has entered uncharted waters. Militarily, it is a very complex and it's a very difficult to plan such an operation. And second, I think that for many Russians, it is still, even now, after 5 years in the conflict, it is still inconceivable to imagine that they have to kill Ukrainians and that Ukrainians can kill them. Because whatever they say about the divergent political trajectories of the two countries, there is still this feeling that we have the same roots. And I think that psychologically, it's not easy. Maybe the expectation was that Ukrainians would surrender, that they wouldn't fight. But probably the resilience of the Ukrainian resistance turned out to be a surprise. So I'm not really particularly surprised that many Russians feel uncomfortable about participating in this operation, and that might explain this relatively slow progress on the ground that we see right now.
Yeah, but I mean, you say you're not surprised, but it's really staggering. I've never met a modern army, and in all the wars that I've covered, where soldiers are refusing to follow orders and are just bolting from the field, at least a percentage. And we've seen a huge number of deaths and injuries amongst the Russians, according to Russia itself. And, higher numbers are given by the US and Ukraine, but there's significant losses. When you say they didn't expect to face what they found on the ground here, what was Putin doing? Was he throwing the dice? Was he gambling? Was he not told the truth? He's known to be fairly rational and wouldn't go in somewhere if he thought he was going to get routed.
Well, you should ask someone in the Kremlin about the logic and the expectations. According to the Russian official reports, everything goes according to schedule. We don't know what the schedule was. We don't know what the initial plan was. And of course, there are these reports about heavy casualties. But if you follow the official Russian statistics, the casualties are not heavy. Well, in relative terms, of course, every life matters. but they are clearly not as high as what is reported by the Ukrainian side and in the West. I think that there is a lot of disinformation coming from all the sides in the conflict, and it's very hard to get the real picture on the ground.
Let me turn to you, Ivo, and I want to play a soundbite from Secretary of State Antony Blinken today, who's in North Africa, and he responded to what the Russians and Ukrainians were saying after the talks in Istanbul about redirecting forces to the east and the south. Take a listen.
I have not seen anything that suggests that this is moving forward in an effective way, because Russia, at least we've not seen signs of real seriousness. But if Ukraine concludes that there is, that's good, and we support that.
So, Ivo Dolda, how do you react to that? Clearly, there's a lot of skepticism about anything that comes out of Moscow right now, and that's what the Secretary of State, gave voice to. How do you think the negotiations and the parameters of some kind of peace deal, ceasefire, armistice look right now?
Well, I think Secretary Blinken is right to be skeptical. For now, I think we are hearing what the Ukrainian side is putting on the table. We're not hearing much about what the Russians are putting on the table, and it's not even clear that any of the objectives that they have had all along, including the denazification, and I put that in quotation marks, and the demilitarization of Ukraine, which was regime change, when it comes to denazification and having no military capability to defend itself. Those remain demands. I think Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov repeated that just yesterday. And then secondly, a lot of being made about Ukrainian willingness to accept neutrality and not being a member of NATO, being a non-nuclear country and have no weapons of mass destruction. Well, first of all, of course, the Ukrainians are a member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They are states parties to the Chemical Weapons Convention, to the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention. So they have already committed not to acquire these weapons. And the idea that the war was necessary for that purpose is frankly ridiculous. Secondly, on the neutrality piece, the Ukrainians are making very clear that they need security guarantees. Security guarantees is what you get from an alliance. Now, it may not be a formal alliance like joining NATO, but it is a commitment that if a country is attacked, other countries will come to their aid and defend themselves. The very kind of security guarantees that Moscow was railing against when Ukraine decided that it wanted to join NATO. And who is the country? Which country is going to provide these security guarantees? Is the United States going to be willing to sign a treaty with Ukraine to defend Ukraine without having forces and capabilities in Ukraine? Is the U.S. Senate going to ratify a treaty to that effect, or the French Parliament, or the German Bundestag, or what have you? Those are really tough issues. So I think Secretary Blinken is reflecting the reality that a day of talks that seem to be going pretty well in Turkey are not going to solve this crisis just that quickly.
Those are indeed very, very tough issues, particularly, as you say, the security guarantees. So, Andrei Kortunov, let me ask you, where do you see, having listened to everything that's come out of the Kremlin over the last, certainly 34 days of war, but recently, do you see them coming to any sort of consensus over what might be the parameters of an end to this? Because we've actually heard from the spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, that there was no effort, or rather no intention of regime change. We've heard words spoken about, demilitarization and denazification, and they seem to brush that away right now. Where do you think a Russian, negotiating parameter would be right now?
Well, I think that the most important thing is for the Russian leadership to recognize that Ukraine has the right to exist as an independent country, that it has the right to choose its own political trajectory, its own domestic directions of development. So in my view, Ukraine should become something like a larger Moldova, a country which can and is willing to get closer to the European Union, maybe to enter the European Union at some point, the country which can have its own political system, but is not trying to provoke the Kremlin by articulating its intention to join an adversarial military alliance. Of course, the issue of security guarantees is a very difficult question because Ukraine needs something more than just a memorandum of understanding, more than the Budapest document of 1994. It wants to have legally binding commitments of major powers to protect its security. And that wouldn't be easy. I agree that there are certain procedures. And right now, we have negotiations between Moscow and Kyiv, but we still have to get some reaction from the countries which are supposed to join this pool of nations providing for the Ukrainian security. And on top of that, on top of this ambiguity of denazification and the demilitarization, we have pending territorial issues. Of course, Ukraine finds it very difficult to recognize legally that it lost Crimea forever, that Donbass should become independent. So I'm not, again, I understand why the Ukrainian leadership is trying to preserve some ambiguity on these issues, but the Russian side, and I think President Putin in particular, would like to somehow finish this unfinished business, and this is the way how he can declare victory.
So last question to you then, Ivo. We've got about 30 seconds. Territorial is as thorny as security, I guess. That's existential, the territorial issues for Ukraine. How do you see that being resolved? Probably not immediately, but in the future.
Well, I think the Ukrainians have said that they're willing to have a 15-year negotiation about the status of Crimea. I think the Donbass, eastern Ukrainian region is different. If the model is supposed to be in Moldova, which is a country that has had Russian troops on its territory for the last 20 plus years, that is not a model that I think the Ukrainians are going to be willing to accept. So clearly, Russian forces will have to withdraw. It's not just to be able to decide their own political future. Ukraine will want to be not only independent, but also have its territory and sovereignty completely restored.
Well, we obviously keep monitoring this. Thank you so much, Ivo Dolder and Andrei Kortunov. Now, in an address today to the Danish parliament, President Zelensky has warned that almost all of the city of Mariupol has been destroyed. The mayor of that Ukrainian port town, which is under siege from Russian forces, says he estimates that 160,000 people are still inside. Buses are unable to make it in to take residents out. But correspondent Ivan Watson is in Zaporizhia, where he has met survivors of the Russian airstrike on that Mariupol theater, which the city council says killed 300 people. And here's his report.
This was the Mariupol Drama Theater before Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, a cultural and architectural symbol of the city. And when the Russian military laid its deadly siege of Mariupol, the theater became a safe haven.
6 people, like with a cat, we go on the street and Russian tanks started to shooting us and we're running, it was craziness, and then we go to the theater, and you know what, in the theater was a lot of people. They was like, be okay, we have a food, they give us a tea, and they said like you should find a place where you could like a bed.
This woman and her family recently escaped from Mariupol.
My name is Maria Kutnyakova. I'm from Mariupol. I'm Maria from Mariupol.
On the morning of March 16th, Maria, her mother, sister, and cat joined hundreds of other civilians sheltering in the theater. Footage from March 10th shows families huddled there in the dark, feeling protected perhaps by the signs "Дети," children in Russian, that volunteers posted outside the building. Shortly after arriving, Maria went to check whether an uncle who lived nearby was still alive.
Now I hearing the noise of the plane, like bombs plane. We know how it's how it's this noise because it's bombed every day.
She returned to the theater to find it destroyed.
So I understand that my family in the theater. and everyone screaming the names, you know, like Mama, Papa, Losha, Sasha, and I'm started calling like Mom, Gaля.
Footage of the immediate aftermath shows dazed civilians covered in dust, while the roof over the main auditorium had completely collapsed.
When the theater was bombed, my sister was standing with the window, and the window was like blow up, and she's fallen down. And my mom was in another part of the theater, and wall fallen to her.
Maria's mother and sister were wounded but survived.
Your sister, is she doing all right?
No.
Really?
She's like contused.
She's got a concussion.
Yeah.
Shortly after the initial strike on the theater, Maria says what was left of the building came under a fresh artillery attack.
Everyone started screaming that theater is on fire. So we should run. And we're running, but Russians bombed it. So we running from the theater, and bombs was like this.
It eventually took 9 days for Maria and her family to get through Russian checkpoints and reach relative safety in Ukrainian-controlled territory.
You seem very positive and upbeat right now.
I understand that I'm very lucky. You understand, like thousands and hundreds of people still in Mariupol, and they bombed. They have no food, no water, they have no medicine, nothing. And I understand I'm very lucky. Like I have my arms, I have my legs. What I need anymore? Nothing.
And your family?
Yeah, and my family. My cat is safe. So like.
This is little Mushka. She's a 2-year-old cat, and she survived the bombing of the Mariupol theater with her family. And they're now headed to Western Ukraine in this bus.
But no one knows how many people may have died under the rubble. Russia has denied that its forces bombed the theater, and Russian state TV recently showed what was left of it after Russian troops moved into this part of the city. Judging by the damage, the Russian reporter claims, it was bombed from the inside. He alleges there is information that Ukrainian nationalists organized a terrorist attack here, a claim that people inside the theater strongly reject.
Are you angry right now?
No, I want that Russian just go away. This is Ukrainian territory. I don't understand why they come in and tell me that it's not my land. They're not fighting with the army. They're fighting with every citizen. You know, they bombed hospitals, they bombed kindergartens, they bombed the houses of peaceful people. They're not fighting with the armies.
Maria and her family rush to a waiting van. The driver will take them for free to Western Ukraine, where Maria hopes her sister can safely recover from her injuries.
That report by Ivan Watson. Now, the attack on the Mariupol theater and the maternity ward are two incidents that the U.S. specifically cited in its declaration that Russian forces, some of them, have committed war crimes in Ukraine. So let's take a closer look at this issue with Matilda Bogner. She is head of the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission here in Ukraine, and she is joining us from Uzhhorod in the West. Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Bogner. You just heard that report. You heard what Maria from Mariupol told correspondent Ivan Watson. And you can see that they have been really left with nothing, no humanitarian supplies, no corridors, no relief. And there are apparently 160,000 people still there, according to the mayor. Is there anything that the UN today feels it can do to try to, implement some kind of humanitarian relief?
The UN has been trying to deliver relief, deliver humanitarian assistance to Mariupol. Unfortunately, it can't get the security guarantees from both sides in order to get in. We have been trying to document the human rights concerns and international humanitarian law concerns in Mariupol. It is, as you said, it's an awful situation with people dying, both civilian casualties, but ordinary people also who are not civilian casualties but just need medical care and are not able to get it because of lack of medicines, lack of electricity, water in hospitals, lack of doctors. Obviously, the ordinary people in Mariupol are suffering.
I'm going to read out some statistics from the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, basically saying almost 3,000 civilian casualties here in Ukraine since the war started. Of those, more than 1,000 were killed, nearly 2,000 have been injured, and that brings the total of up to nearly 3,000. They also don't have access to a lot of the places. So do you think that number is the final number? How do you assess that figure that the UN is putting out right now?
Well, that's our office that's collecting those statistics. We're working every day to verify. And according to our methodology, we need to verify each individual casualty. We can't accept other people's estimates. We have to verify each casualty. And it does take a lot of work. It also requires us to have information and in places like Mariupol, where there is no electricity, where communications are cut, it's very difficult to get the information that is needed. So we assess that our statistics are quite accurate, although they are below the full numbers, but they're relatively accurate for most of the country, but not for those areas such as Mariupol, Volnovakha, these places that have been in very severe hostilities. We're trying to do an estimate of the casualties in some of those places through broader information, not through counting each individual casualty, but trying to gather other information. So far, we estimate that there are probably thousands of deaths in just Mariupol.
So let me ask you, I don't know whether you can hear, but an air raid siren has gone off, so hopefully you can hear my question. What accounts do you think for this heavy civilian toll? The Russians, as you heard in our report, deny, that they attacked that clearly marked theater-cum-shelter in Mariupol. In fact, they say it came from inside, and they blame Ukrainians. In your view, from your estimates and your ability to assess, what do you think accounts for the high toll in civilian death?
Well, there's clearly been a lot of shelling going on in Mariupol. We have been looking at the numbers of houses and apartments that have been shelled, and it's thousands of apartments have been shelled in Mariupol. Then there are these big cases such as the theater, but also the hospital number 3, which we assess was hit by Russian airstrike. And these have all led to a lot of casualties. So it's just the high intensity of the shelling. It's also the fact that the city is besieged. It's not easy for individuals to leave the city. Some have done so under dangerous conditions, and others are not able to. So those who are left there are the most vulnerable, are old people, are people with disabilities, people who have not been able to find their ways out of the city. And then they are particularly vulnerable. They're not able sometimes to go down into the shelters. They stay in their apartments, and that makes them more vulnerable when shelling comes in.
I want to play this part of a soundbite, or rather part of an address by President Zelensky today to the Danish parliament regarding these atrocities that are being committed against his civilians. Here's what he said.
What can we say about human rights of freedom on the European continent? There is no crime against humanity that the occupiers would not commit. They are deporting our people into Russia by force, raping women and underage girls, looting. They have taken more than 2,000 children, and we don't know where they are.
What can you tell us about those allegations? We've heard the president and other officials here talk about that for days now. Do you have any evidence of that?
You're talking about the allegations of forced deportation or forced evacuation? Yes. We have been looking into those allegations. We have been interviewing people. So far, we have not got the evidence of forced evacuation. Of course, people who are on the eastern side of Mariupol, which is from where they are being evacuated into the armed group controlled territory and from there into the Russian Federation, they can't go easily in the other direction. It's easier for them to go in the direction, and safer for them to go in the direction of the armed group controlled territories. But so far we haven't been able to get sufficient information to fully verify those allegations.
And on another issue, there's some video that's emerged, allegedly, of Ukrainian soldiers shooting Russian prisoners of war in the knees, and the Ukrainian officials have said that that will be fully investigated. What can you tell us about that, and is that on your list of investigations as well?
Certainly, we're very concerned to see videos such as that one, and unfortunately that's not the only video. We've seen videos of prisoners of war on both sides, those that have been taken by the Russians, those that have been taken by the Ukrainians, where there's concerns about ill treatment of prisoners of war. And firstly, this should not be happening. There should not be public videos put out of prisoners of war. International humanitarian law is clear about that. But in terms of the actual allegations of ill treatment or possibly torture, as you said, there needs to be a full investigation into that. And whoever is found to be responsible must be held to account. It raises serious concerns about the treatment of prisoners of war.
Matilda Bogner, thank you so much. And let us hope this war may be in the end phase. We really do not know. But as we've all seen, Ukraine is still holding strong thanks to the staggering resistance from its people, whether military or civilians. Now, back when the war started, I spoke from London to Lesia Vasilenko. She's a parliamentarian who came out with all guns blazing, promising that she and Ukraine would stay, stand, and fight. Can I ask you, Lesia Vasilenko, how you plan to protect yourself? We've heard your president call on civilians to use Molotov cocktails if they come across, Russian units. And we've heard members of parliament say they've armed themselves with Kalashnikovs for their own protection. What do you have, and how do you hope to stay safe along with your family?
I have an AK-47, I have a PM, and I have in my home with my family a number of other weapons which we intend to use for self-protection, for defense of our home, of our land, and of our children.
That was a month ago, and now I'm in Kyiv, and today I met with Lesia to see where things stand now, more than a month later. Day 34 of war, and the sounds are all around.
There we go. Yeah. That sort of disturbs your day all the time, but you learn to live with it.
Ukrainian MP Lesia Vasilenko says that after a month of this, she, like her president and countryfolk, believe the Russians will never take this city, though fighting does continue in the suburbs. She wanted to meet here at Maidan Square, where Ukrainians stood up for their rights in 2014 and brought down Putin's wrath and his revenge. Given his battlefield setbacks, though, I asked whether his shifting demands make a diplomatic compromise easier for Ukraine to accept. Now there's word, we don't know whether it's going to bear fruit, but that they might allow Ukraine to join EU as long as you renounce the NATO. Is that a compromise that Ukraine would accept?
All of this started 34 days ago because one country cannot declare itself more sovereign than another country, and Russia tried to do just that. We cannot go for that compromise because that compromise to Putin would also mean a compromise of the general framework of defense and security of the world. Giving in to dictators means incentivizing them.
Ukraine's dramatic resistance surprised the whole world, including Vladimir Putin.
3 days they gave us, right? Putin thought he would be here in a matter of hours. We are doing this for our very survival, and when the survival instinct kicks in, people can do amazing things. People become superheroes, and this is what you're witnessing in Ukraine.
Lesia is armed with her guns. The AK-47 is at home today, but she shows me her pistol, held close to her heart. Lesia, when we spoke in the first week of the war before I got here, you said, I've got my machine gun,
And you've tweeted that I've also got my manicures.
Yes.
Your resistance takes many, many forms. And you're actually carrying your pistol right now.
I am. I do have my PM with me, and I carry it actually with me all the time.
And did you ever imagine in your life that as an MP in 2022 in Ukraine, you'd be forced to carry a gun around?
No, never, never. I'm actually very much anti-gun, and this gun caused a lot of problems for me because in order to recharge it, you have to sort of like do this thing, and with the nails, I had very nice, beautiful, long nails. It was impossible to do so. They had to all come off.
And just so people are clear, the idea of beauty, self-maintenance is also resistance.
Yes, all jokes aside, it's an important element for all women who are fighting alongside the manfolk here. The women still want to be beautiful. They still want to have dignity as women.
And to be human.
And to be human.
He basically said, Putin, that Ukraine doesn't exist as a nation. You don't exist as a people.
And we say to him, life goes on. We carry on living. Your war, you're fighting against us is in the background now, and we'll go on fighting it for as long as we have to, but we will go on living at the same time.
She is still an MP. Parliament is still passing laws. And since an army marches on its stomach, this too is their fight, their war effort. And so the ordinary becomes extraordinary, peeling carrots as if they were stacking up bullets. This trendy brunch and bar has turned into a wartime canteen, chopping onions in a frenzy of efficiency and purpose.
Do you feel you're going to win?
Of course. We must destroy the Russian army.
You said you must destroy the Russian army?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they help turn out 600 meals a day and counting for the army and territorial defense, for hospitals and shelters. Outside, Lesia shows me the pictures of her 3 young children, who she's had to send away for their safety.
This is my baby from this morning.
Wow.
This
And
is my
she's
youngest.
how old?
She's going to be 10 months in just a couple of days.
Wow.
On the
That must be
1st
painful to be without her.
It is, and she's sort of looking at you like, really, Mommy? Really? You're going to be away from me?
Staying on the front lines with this struggle comes at a huge personal cost, but Lesia has no doubts.
I am where I have to be. I mean, things happen for a reason. I'm a firm believer in that. There's a reason why I was elected in 2019. We have a task, we have a duty, and we will complete it, and then we will see where life takes us.
Christiana Manpour, CNN, Kyiv.
And tomorrow, Lesia travels to France to sell the urgency of Ukraine's fate to the world. Now, according to the UNHCR, the Refugee High Commissioner, almost 4 million Ukrainians have now fled the country. Yet the repercussions of war may lead to mass migration beyond its borders. Once known as the breadbasket of Europe, Ukraine and Russia supply 30% of the world's wheat and barley. Now, not only is its own food supply chain fractured, but global food security is also under threat. David Beasley is the executive director of the World Food Programme, and he shares his concerns with Hari Srinivasan about this issue and why countries must act now.
Christian, thanks. David Beasley, thanks so much for joining us. First, I want to start with Ukraine and what you've witnessed there and in Poland, and just give us a sense of the hunger on the ground, and then we'll kind of have a larger conversation from there.
You know, everybody's been so focused, and in many ways this is good, on the refugees that have left the country. And quite frankly, they're the lucky ones. They're out of harm's way. They're being received in loving arms by strangers and family and friends, whether it's in Poland or Romania or Moldova, wherever it may be. And they're getting food and shelter and relocation for hopefully a short-term temporary basis. But you take that 3.5 million people out of the equation, then you still have 40 million people inside Ukraine that are struggling to get food because of the supply chain system. The commercial systems are broken down, as you can imagine. Certain cities are besieged. There are pockets of starvation now. And so what we're trying to do is reach the people hardest to reach throughout the country. In fact, we just reached 1 million people this week. We plan to scale that up over, let's say, the next 30 days to 2.5 million people. In May, we hope to reach 4 million people. In June, we hope to reach 6 million people. But imagine an entire country. This is not a small place. This is a massive, large country, and trying to reach the people at a time like this when most of the people on the front lines battling is a very, very complicated dynamic that we're facing.
No, I don't think that most people understand how just logistically this works too. I mean, in the middle of conflicts or when there are active conflicts going on, you as an agency have still tried to figure out ways to get food into people. So in the middle of a war, when we see pictures of Mariupol, we see pictures of the bombings, how does the World Food Program get aid in?
Well, sadly, 80% of our operations around the world are in war zones and areas of conflict. That being said, we've got the experience and the expertise to thread that needle, find those openings to reach the people in need. And so in a place like Ukraine, where the battlefront is changing, it's a very fluid situation, we're moving supplies around as we speak. And you can imagine we're putting distribution points, warehousing all over the country, not all our eggs in one basket. And so sometimes, for example, you might be in a war where you can do airdrops or airlifts. Well, you can't do airdrops and airlifts in Ukraine right now because the airspace is completely shut down. Now, I have made requests be able to do that so we can deconflict. But one of the most important elements that we do, Harry, is that we do deconfliction between warring factions. And most of the time that works fairly well. Let's take, for example, in the Syrian war, we would deconflict between, the Syrian forces, Russian forces, and other forces on the other side. And we would say, all right, on Thursday, between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., we got convoys coming through. Everybody stand down. And we usually make that happen. This war is in its initial stages, and we're not where we want to be at this stage. We're not able to reach the people we want to reach. We're reaching a lot of people, but, try telling that to that person whose whole entire family hadn't gotten food in 3 weeks. Now, fortunately, in Ukraine, people had a lot of food in their pantries. They had a lot of food already in the stores. And so they've had 2 or 3 weeks where they could survive. But now they're running out of that coping capacity, and we've got to reach them however we can.
Let's talk a little bit about not just getting food in, but getting what Ukraine represents in terms of global agriculture out. Because there is a war on, what is the ripple effect of the type of food that Ukraine produces on the rest of Europe and the world?
Before the Ukraine war broke out, we were already facing a perfect storm. And I had already been communicating to world leaders that fuel prices were going up before the Ukraine war. Food prices were going up. Shipping costs were going up. We were billions of dollars short. We feed about 125 million people on any given day, week, or month. In places that if we're not there, you will have starvation, or you will have destabilization, war, conflict, and mass migration. So I had already been, the sky is fallen before Ukraine crisis. And then all of a sudden, you go back, you had Ethiopia, then you had Afghanistan, and now you've got Ukraine. And so it's more complicated now. And the question is why? Because the breadbasket of the world is Ukraine. We buy 50% of all of our grain from Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine together produce 30% of all the world's supply of wheat, 20% of all the world's supply of maize, corn, 75 to 80% of the world's supply of sunflower oil for cooking purposes. And you compound that with the fact that Belarus and Russia produce, I think more than any country on earth, the base products for fertilizers. So now, Ukraine produces enough food to feed 400 million people per year. Now start adding all this up with fuel pricing and costing. Just on the World Food Program, our operational cost is going up over $70 million per month. So almost $1 billion. That means if I don't get an extra billion, who am I going to take food from? Am I going to take food from a child in Chad? or Ethiopia to feed a child in Ukraine, or take the food from a child in Syria to feed a child in Afghanistan. And now we're taking food from the hungry to give to the starving because we don't have enough money around the world. We are already, and this is horrific figures, Chad, Niger, and I can keep going, 50% rations now. Yemen, where we feed about 13 million people on any given day, we have now cut rations for 8 million over about a month ago, down to 50%. Next week, unless we receive funds we need, we'll be cutting that down to 0. We don't have the monies that we need. So all of this compounding is affecting our operations. But Hari, here's the fear. In addition to this catastrophe, on top of the catastrophe is this. Food supplies have not been a problem. It's been a pricing problem. But now in the fall, you could have a pricing problem and a supply problem. Why? Because Ukraine and Russia, if their wheat's not available, and guess what? The farmers who need to be planting corn over the next 30 days, guess where they are? They're on the front lines. They need to be harvesting their grain, their wheat in June, July. Oh, guess where they are? The tenders to the farms, guess where they are? And so if this war doesn't get resolved quickly, you're going to have catastrophe on top of catastrophe.
So I wonder, I'm in a position of privilege here. We're around the corner. There's a grocery store. The shelves are still full. So as an American, I might not feel the type of pain that you're describing. But basic economics says if there's a limited supply of something, the price of it goes up. And by this fall, if there's going to be less wheat in the system, the costs of what's at my grocery store increases. But I also imagine that everybody who's making that is essentially competing with the likes of you for that same grain.
People of wealth, people who have decent jobs, they'll be fine. But the people who are living on the edge, whether it's in America or anywhere else in the world, it will be literally horrific for them. And the countries that I primarily operate in, which are the poorest countries on earth, they live on edge already. They live from hand to mouth every day. And so when you begin to look like Egypt gets 85% of its grain from Ukraine area. Lebanon, 80% of its wheat for bread came from in 2020 from Ukraine. So you can imagine what's about to happen. And surveys and studies in history have proven when food prices start spiking, going up, people get restless and you have destabilization. So this is what the world has got to look at, particularly the European community and the American community. Everybody's focused on the refugees coming from Ukraine, but if you ignore the people down in the Sahel, in Ethiopia, and Sudan, South Sudan, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, you could have dozens of millions coming to Europe from the South and the Southeast. United States, we're already looking at horrendous problems on pricing, flash flooding and droughts down in Central America, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. We're doing surveys now that show that many more people are talking about migrating because they don't have stability, they don't have food security, and what else are they going to do?
One of the statistics that startled me when I was looking at some of this was that the number of those facing acute food insecurity has more than doubled since 2019, from 135 million to 276 million people. And it also says that 44 million people in 38 countries are on the edge of famine. If you can't feed your family, you're going to do anything you can to change that.
People don't want to leave home. I can tell you that as we feed over 125 million people in over 100 countries, people won't, and they don't want to leave home. But if they don't have food for their children, they'll do what they have to do. All of us would as moms and dads and parents. And so when I took over a World Food Program back in 2017, there were 80 million people marching towards starvation, not chronic hunger. That's a whole different ballgame. I'm talking about people who don't know where their next meal is coming from. They're in acute food insecurity, 80 million. That number jumped right before COVID from 80 to 135. And the question would be, why? Well, the simple answer was man-made conflict, number one. And number two, climate shocks, climate change. Well, COVID comes along and just economic ripple devastation, especially to the poorest countries on earth. That number then jumped from 135 million to 276 million people marching towards starvation. And Harry, as you mentioned, out of that, 45 million of those people in 38 countries are on famine's door as we speak. So you break down those 38 countries, we can tell you which countries very well not will just have famine, they'll have destabilization and mass migration. And it's 1,000 times more expensive to address the problem after the fact than it is to come in before the fact. The numbers are astounding. For example, in the Syrian crisis, we can feed a Syrian in Syria for about 50 cents a day, and that's a war zone. If that same Syrian is forced to leave and they don't want to leave, and let's say they end up in Berlin, the humanitarian support package per day in Berlin is $70 a day.
It may be a philosophical question here, but is this a case that we don't have enough food on this planet to feed people, or that we are prioritizing different things over feeding everyone?
There's enough food on the planet to feed everyone. In fact, there's more than enough. It is strictly a money issue. We have to choose which children eat or which children don't eat, or which children live, which children die. How would you like that job? And it's not fair on us, to, particularly when there's $430 trillion worth of wealth on the earth today. And at the height of COVID, the world's billionaires, and I'm for people making money, please don't misunderstand me here, but they have a moral obligation to share that wealth in times like this. And at the height of COVID, the world's billionaires, on average, net worth increase per day was over $5.2 billion. All we need is a couple of days worth of your net worth increase to bring peace and stability to millions of people around the planet. In fact, we're going to be doing a press conference today in South Carolina. We're bringing together some Democrat, Republican governors and appealing to the high net worth individuals at a time like this, when the world is at a perfect crisis. Governments are tapped out because they've been responding with, economic stimulus packages of COVID and all the different dynamics. It's time for the wealthiest of the wealthy to step up and say, we care about the people on earth. And I don't think that's too much to ask.
What happens if this fundraising doesn't work? If you remain short?
It's not complicated at all. Children will die. People will die. Clearly, simply put. And we are already cutting rations, families and children around the world, because we're short of billions of dollars now because of this perfect storm. And people think, well, that's over there. No, number one, if you're not going to do it out of the goodness of your heart to help, you better do it out of your national security interests. Because I can tell you what we've seen from experience, you will have destabilization of nations. And there'll be military conflict, which is 1,000 upon thousands of times more expensive. And you'll have mass migration. And that is at least 100 to 1,000 times more expensive. There's no free lunch here. You're going to pay for it one way or the other. If you go out and address root cause and get ahead of it, it's a lot cheaper than waiting after the fact. And if you're not going to do it morally, do it out of your national security interest. So don't hesitate to reach out to your congressman, Republican and Democrat, and express your hopes and your concerns that we've got to do something here. Number two, as an individual, whether it's online at WFP.org or sharethemeal.org, give $1, $5, $100, or your organization you might be involved with, a church or a mosque or whatever it might be. Please be engaged and be involved. And also the private sector and the corporate world. Yes, we want your engagement, Yes, we need your money right now, but we need you to be involved with us and countries around the world.
Governor David Beasley, Executive Director of the World Food Program. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So much need. Coming up tomorrow, I'll speak to the French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian to get his perspective on the Russia-Ukraine talks and whether this war is actually entering a new phase. That's it for now. Thanks for watching and good night from Kyiv.
Hello and welcome. I'm Eleni Jokos in Dubai, and tonight, Russia says it could radically reduce military activity around Kyiv and Chernihiv, locations where Ukraine's military is already making a powerful stand. But no sign of de-escalation in the east, where we're seeing Russian troops on the road into Mariupol, a city already razed by shelling. And the world is still trying to bring Russian oligarchs to account. What we know about this super yacht that the UK has just detained. Actions matter, not words. That's a reaction from some Western officials to Russia's pledge to drastically scale back its assault of 2 Ukrainian cities, including Kyiv. The pledge came after talks in Istanbul, where both Ukrainian and Russian negotiators reported some progress. Ukraine is willing to adopt neutrality, and that's in exchange for international security guarantees. And for now, at least, Russia is no longer mentioning a key goal of denazifying Ukraine. But US officials warn that even as Russia shifts gears by pulling away from Kyiv and Chernihiv, its troop movement should be considered a redeployment, not a withdrawal. It could also be a reflection of the reality on the ground. Russia has failed to advance on Kyiv, and just yesterday it lost control of the key suburb of Irpin. Russia's defense minister says the goal now is to liberate Donbas. That could mean even more devastation ahead for the city of Mariupol. Russia has recognized the entire Donbas regions of Luhansk and Donetsk as independent, and Mariupol falls within their borders. The city of Chernihiv has been under assault for weeks, and that's still the reality today, whatever Russian negotiators are saying. CNN's John Berman was interviewing the mayor before being interrupted by an explosion.
Where I'm standing now, this is the site where a cruise missile has struck. The direction of this missile was from Belarus. It came from Belarus, and we know this because the location is such that it couldn't have come from anywhere else. They're striking on civilian neighborhoods. We have enough proof, so we can say that this is fascism and genocide. We have, in the last 3 weeks, we lost 350 people. The vast majority of these are civilians. We will definitely survive, and we shall not surrender. We will push the occupiers away.
Mr. Mayor, what was that?
You have just heard an explosion. That means something has flown in to attack us. You can give this recording to your military, and they will tell you that this is not our explosion. This isn't us striking something. This is something that has come from the enemy side.
Mr. Mayor, are you safe right now?
Absolutely nowhere is safe in the city now.
All right, and it's an even more dire picture in the south of the country, where Russian forces are consolidating around Mariupol. The city is standing in the way of one of the Kremlin's main objectives, creating a land corridor between Crimea, which Russia annexed in 2014, and the 2 areas that was held now by Russian-backed separatists in the east. And if these pictures are anything to go by, Moscow is determined to take control, and you can see Russian tanks marked with the letter Z rolling towards the city, which is under constant bombardment. Phil Black shows us what it's like inside Mariupol.
Russia is so close to taking the prize of Mariupol. These soldiers are already celebrating. The flag going up on this local government building is from one of the Russian-backed separatist regions in Ukraine's east. The Ukrainians peeled off, praise the Almighty, this soldier says. The guys are in a good mood, and we are working according to the order of Putin. We get rare glimpses of Russia's efforts to take the city street by street. These soldiers are from the Russian Republic of Chechnya. It's propaganda video from their leader, which CNN has geolocated to Mariupol. Mariupol's mayor, Vadim Boychenko, tells me the fight isn't over. What happened, or what has happened, to the Ukrainian soldiers defending Mariupol? Are there any left? They hold the line and they stand to the end, he says, to the last drop of blood. It's not only Ukrainian soldiers trapped here. The city council estimates there are still around 170,000 civilians in this devastated city, and 90% of homes have been damaged or destroyed. Valentina enters what's left of the only home she's ever known, the place where she raised her family. She wasn't here when the shell hit. She's been hiding in the basement. She doesn't want to leave. She knows she can't stay. But many will never leave. The council says almost 5,000 people have been killed during the 4-week siege, including more than 200 children. Russia is so close to taking its prize, but it will be a blackened shell of a city, and it's unlikely the people they're conquering will ever forgive them. Phil Black, CNN, Lviv, Western Ukraine.
Incredible insight into the devastation in Mariupol. And meantime, just a short time ago, US President Joe Biden said of Russia's claim that it will reduce its assault on Kyiv. We'll see if they follow through, he says. That skepticism is echoed in Ukraine, where many worry any compromise would mean giving in to an aggressor who attacked a country for absolutely no justifiable reason. Christiane Amanpour is in Kyiv and speaks to a lawmaker who's insisting on keeping up the fighting spirit.
Day 34 of war, and the sounds are all around.
There we go. Yeah. That sort of disturbs your day all the time, but you learn to live with it.
Ukrainian MP Lesia Vasilenko says that after a month of this, she, like her president and countryfolk, believe the Russians will never take this city, though fighting does continue in the suburbs. She wanted to meet here at Maidan Square, where Ukrainians stood up for their rights in 2014 and brought down Putin's wrath and his revenge. Given his battlefield setbacks, though, I asked whether his shifting demands make a diplomatic compromise easier for Ukraine to accept.
Now there's word, we don't know whether it's going to bear fruit, but that they might allow Ukraine to join EU as long as you renounce the NATO. Is that a compromise that Ukraine would accept?
All of this started 34 days ago because one country cannot declare itself more sovereign than another country. And Russia tried to do just that. We cannot go for that compromise because that compromise to Putin would also mean a compromise of the general framework of defense and security of the world. Giving in to dictators means incentivizing them.
Ukraine's dramatic resistance surprised the whole world, including Vladimir Putin.
3 days they gave us, right? Putin thought he would be here in a matter of hours. We are doing this for our very survival, and when the survival instinct kicks in, people can do amazing things. People become superheroes, and this is what you're witnessing in Ukraine.
Lesia is armed with her guns. The AK-47 is at home today, but she shows me her pistol, held close to her heart.
Lesia, when we spoke in the first week of the war before I got here, you said, I've got my machine gun, and you've tweeted that I've also got my manicures.
Yes.
Your resistance takes many, many forms. And you're actually carrying your pistol right now.
I am. I do have my PM with me, and I carry it actually with me all the time.
And did you ever imagine in your life that as an MP in 2022 in Ukraine, you'd be forced to carry a gun around?
No, never, never. I'm actually very much anti-gun, and this gun caused a lot of problems for me because in order to recharge it, you have to sort of like do this thing, and with the nails, I had very nice, beautiful, long nails. It was impossible to do so. They had to all come off.
And just so people are clear, the idea of beauty, self-maintenance, is also resistance.
Yes, all jokes aside, it's an important element for all women who are fighting alongside the manfolk here. The women still want to be beautiful. They still want to have dignity as women.
And to be human.
And to be human.
He basically said, Putin, that Ukraine doesn't exist as a nation. You don't exist as a people.
And we say to him, life goes on, we carry on living. Your war, you're fighting against us is in the background now. And we'll go on fighting it for as long as we have to, but we will go on living at the same time.
She is still an MP. Parliament is still passing laws. And since an army marches on its stomach, this too is their fight, their war effort. And so the ordinary becomes extraordinary, peeling carrots as if they were stacking up bullets. This trendy brunch and bar has turned into a wartime canteen, chopping onions in a frenzy of efficiency and purpose.
Do you feel you're going to win?
Of course, we must destroy the Russian army.
You said you must destroy the Russian army?
Yeah.
So they help turn out 600 meals a day and counting for the army and territorial defense, for hospitals and shelters. Outside, Lesia shows me the pictures of her 3 young children who she's had to send away for their safety.
This is my baby from this morning.
Wow.
This
And
is my
she's
youngest.
how old?
She's going to be 10 months in just a couple of days.
Wow.
On the
That must be
1st
painful to be without her.
It is, and she's sort of looking at you like, really, Mommy? Really? You're going to be away from me?
Staying on the front lines with this struggle comes at a huge personal cost, but Lesia has no doubts.
I am where I have to be. I mean, things happen for a reason. I'm a firm believer in that. There's a reason why I was elected in 2019. We have a task, we have a duty, and we will complete it, and then we will see where life takes us.
Christian Amanpour joins me now live from Kyiv. Christian, that piece was really insightful and so symbolic to be at Maidan Square, where Ukrainians fought for over 90 days because they were fighting against Yanukovych and to ensure that the country looks west. In terms of the resoluteness that you're seeing, that the fight, the defiance, the sacrifices, what sense are you getting from people in Kyiv about which direction this is going, given now that the Russians have changed their rhetoric? They're saying they want to withdraw, at least drastically reduce troops around the city.
Indeed, Eleni, well, they are basically saying we'll believe it when we see it. And in the meantime, we will stand strong. We'll continue our fight, continue our resistance. You heard, what Lesia told me. Putin, she said, thought it would just take a matter of hours, a matter of few days before being able to capture the capital. 34 days later, capital still standing and people still resisting all over the country, despite the terror that's being inflicted down in places like Mariupol and elsewhere, particularly in Mariupol. They are in the capital, where the government is the symbol of a united and whole Ukraine. They are standing strong. And so they say, no matter what, this capital is not going to fall. They don't believe the Russians will ever be able to take it. They don't believe that this is a declaration of Russian goodwill about, redirecting its forces, but a reflection of their resistance and of the fact that the Russian forces have simply not been able to do what the Russian government and I guess the defense ministry and the presidency thought they could do. So they are staying, they're standing strong, and they're ready for anything.
Absolutely. Okay. When you asked her about the question whether Ukrainians are willing to make concessions with regard to security issues, and she was saying that this is just going to embolden authoritarian governments and dictators, you asked the question to Ivo Daldo, former US ambassador to NATO, to talk about the issue of neutrality and what that would mean practically. I want to play you this clip because it gives you insight into the complexities around this.
The Ukrainians are making very clear that they need security guarantees. Security guarantees is what you get from an alliance. Now, it may not be a formal alliance like joining NATO, but it is a commitment that if a country is attacked, other countries will come to their aid and defend themselves. The very kind of security guarantees that Moscow was railing against when Ukraine decided that it wanted to join NATO. I think Secretary Blinken is reflecting the reality that a day of talks that seem to be going pretty well in Turkey are not going to solve this crisis just that quickly.
And that's a reality check, Christian. What do you make of the glimmer of hope that we're seeing possibly around the dialogue right now?
Well, look, I think there are massive, massive outstanding issues, and whether they can get around that and figure out some kind of compromise remains to be seen. And you're right, Lesia Vasilenko and others here who have resisted for all these days do not just want to throw it away at a negotiating table. So what are the big issues? As Ivo Dolder said to me earlier, that the idea of a security guarantee for Ukraine, if, as President Zelensky has said, is willing to, be neutral, is willing to not join NATO, and that is his position at the moment, but he needs absolute guarantees for his security so that what happened now doesn't happen again. But that means what international country, NATO, is going to be willing to give those guarantees, which are solid guarantees, if indeed it means having to one day, maybe in the future, confront Russia or anybody else that decides they want to, invade anywhere. So that's a big issue. And on the other issue, he's absolutely right about the Donbass. One day doesn't change much on the ground. The question is, will it build something? But if the Russians are just refocusing to try to take and control everything that they've had since 2014 and more, that is also going to be extremely difficult. And so far, this government has said they don't accept that illegally occupied, in their words and in the words of the international community, territory suddenly goes to the aggressor. But there may be procedures whereby they could maybe table it for a while. I'm just repeating what they're saying, and negotiate for the future, maybe many years hence. But those territorial issues are also existential, and they'll be, as they say here, quite difficult to resolve. Eleni?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the dialogue is happening at a very complex and challenging time. Thank you very much, Christian. Really good to have you on the show. Much appreciated. Now, a delegation of Ukrainian lawmakers is in Washington today, and they're meeting with members of Congress and with State Department representatives to ask for more military support to defend against Russia. Ivana Klumpash-Tsinsadze is one of them, and she joins me now. Ivana, really good to have you with us. Tell me about how the talks went and what you're asking for and what you're seeing come to the fore, and that's being, committed to in terms of assistance.
We are asking for additional weaponry for Ukrainians to be able to protect ourselves, and that is something that we are incapable of providing by besides our bravery, besides our courage, and besides all the unity that we have today on the ground in Ukraine. So therefore, we need the free world to stand. Why we believe that the U.S. has the ability to lead this effort and to ensure that Ukrainians, if the no-fly zone from others is a no-go, can provide this no-fly zone for ourselves. But for that, we need additional fighter jets, we need air defense, we need artillery systems to get Russia out. They're digging in on the occupied territories, and tanks and BTRs. And that is our major call for our colleagues on the Hill. But also, we believe that sanctions should be strengthened against Russian Federation, and all the loopholes that are in the sanctions right now have to be closed for Russians, not so, Ivana, to avoid the pain and basically feel the go ahead.
You actually, President Zelensky has been asking for this assistance to protect Ukrainian skies for quite some time. But the big sticking point was, what base do these, do these systems fly out of, and then does NATO become embroiled? When you came to them again asking for the same assistance, what was said as a solution? Because now it's a matter of urgency.
We are not hearing right now the direct answer, and that's why we're still not done with our mission. The issue is still under consideration, but we believe that with all our common efforts, cross-party efforts that we are putting on right now here in the U.S., with our counterparts in different agencies, starting from Congress and ending with the State Department and DOD, we can ensure the decision is final.
troops. Do you believe the Russians right now, as dialogue is now on its way?
I do not believe any word that Russians are saying. They also said that they are not going to attack Ukraine. As you recall, that was just a bit over a month ago. They also said that they never intended, and they were not present there in Crimea when they were attacking us. They also said that they were not in the Donetsk and Luhansk areas, but they were there, and they were killing our people starting from 2014. So I think that Russians are using right now this negotiations as a smokescreen to actually regroup and to attack us with additional rage, with additional with additional prohibited weapons, as they have been doing in other parts of the country up to date.
Ivana, thank you very much for your time. Really great to have you on and for sharing that with us. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Ivana Klimpush for us there. And still to come tonight, the Queen makes her first public appearance in 5 months at her late husband's memorial service. How one moment has sparked criticism. The UK has detained a super yacht belonging to an unnamed Russian businessman with ties to Vladimir Putin and the Russian regime. Our correspondent David McKenzie joins us now from Canary Wharf in London, where that super yacht is docked, and I hear that it's pretty enormous. David, what more do we know about this yacht and its owner?
Well, Amy, we don't know much about its owner, and you can see it behind me, this extraordinary vessel, nearly 200 feet, costing, according to UK authorities, nearly $50 million. That is the level of wealth we are talking about for those allegedly associated, the oligarchs allegedly associated with Vladimir Putin. And earlier today, the officials were on board. They've impounded this vessel. It can't go anywhere. It was in fact due to sail in a couple of days. We tried to speak to crew members. They said no comment, as you might expect. And it's the latest sign of this worldwide dragnet to try and take on the assets of those closest to the Kremlin. Eleni?
Yeah, David, I mean, really fascinating, because you're seeing yachts being detained in certain countries, but some countries have an open door policy. Is this going to have an impact, do you think, on squeezing Putin into a de-escalation?
Well, we've seen the financial sanctions and the sanctions on individuals much more profound than, say, impounding this yacht behind me. But it does have a very strong symbolism, of course. This wealth, this gaudy wealth associated with those allegedly linked to Vladimir Putin, the fact that the oligarchs that were really used London as its playground, as their playground for many years, are being squeezed like this, does send a message. But all of these sanctions and these seizure of assets haven't done anything to stop the Russian invasion. That is ultimately their aim. But when you look here at a vessel like this and you see that it can't move and that the lifestyles of the rich and connected are being squeezed like this, it does send a message. And the Treasury Secretary, the Secretary of Transport, I should say, of the UK is saying that this sends a message. Well, it does send a message. There are people in this neighborhood who've been taking photographs. One guy ran past and said, using an expletive, that the Kremlin must stop. And this boat really is just the latest sign that after months of criticism against the UK government, they do appear to be getting serious about sanctioning these individuals. Whether it has an impact, well, that remains to be seen.
Absolutely. And I hear it has an infinite wine cellar on board. This is pretty magnificent show of wealth, David. Great. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Not
All right.
to
Today,
my taste,
Queen Elizabeth.
but for some, maybe it's their thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Nice to see you. All right, so today Queen Elizabeth honoured her late husband, Prince Philip, at Westminster Abbey. It was a poignant service, but one moment stood out. This image of Prince Andrew escorting his mother down the aisle before taking a front row seat has sparked criticism, and it follows Andrew's payment of a settlement to Virginia Giuffre, who accused him of sexual assault. CNN's Anna Stewart was outside Westminster Abbey. Let's take a listen.
This was the first time the Queen has been seen outside of a royal household for nearly 6 months. With the aid of a walking stick and support from her son, Prince Andrew, the Queen arrived for a service of thanksgiving at Westminster Abbey for Prince Philip, her husband for more than 70 years.
Nobody would ever doubt his loyalty and deep devotion to our Queen and to their family.
A service starkly different to the funeral last year. A pared-back ceremony due to the pandemic. The Queen sat in a pew alone. On Tuesday, the Queen was surrounded by family, by friends, British politicians, royal families from overseas, and hundreds of people representing the many charities and organisations that Prince Philip was a patron of. And in this service, the congregation were allowed to sing. Choosing Prince Andrew to help Her Majesty in and out of Westminster Abbey was a clear sign of a mother's support for her son. The first time he's been seen publicly since he settled a sex abuse lawsuit. Prince Harry and his wife, the Duchess of Sussex, were notably absent, but plenty of younger royals were there, bringing together a family in love and memory. And a nation looking forward to happier days ahead, with the Queen's Platinum Jubilee coming up in June, a moment to celebrate the Queen's 70 years of public service, which she continues without Prince Philip by her side. Anna Stewart, CNN, London.
After weeks of investigation, London's Met Police will issue 20 fines over Downing Street parties held in breach of COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has so far not been issued with a fine in this first wave of penalties. His office says that the public will be notified if this were to occur. The Partygate scandal rocked the public's trust in Mr. Johnson, and at the time, there were widespread calls for him to resign. And still to come tonight, food insecurity in some of the world's most vulnerable countries is likely to get worse. A global wheat crisis now seems likely because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Welcome back. I'm Eleni Jakos in Dubai. We'll judge Russia by its actions, not its words. That warning coming today from the US, France, Germany and the UK, amid very cautious optimism that a deal between Russia and Ukraine may be forming. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken said so far he hasn't seen Russia move towards peace in an effective way. And he said the US hasn't yet seen any signs of real seriousness from Moscow.
There is what Russia says, and there's what Russia does. We're focused on the latter. And what Russia is doing is the continued brutalization of Ukraine.
We've got, let's talk about the truths now, and of course Russia's announcement that it will reduce the hostilities around Kyiv. It says, international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is in Brussels for us. When Russia says it wants to reduce troops on the ground, do we believe them, or should we take this as a regrouping?
Secretary of State Antony Blinken thinks they are deflecting and trying to deceive, deflecting attention from what they intend to do in the south and east of Ukraine, which the Russian defense minister today said that Russia would continue with its stated goals, and its stated goals were to take control of the whole Donbass region, which is much bigger than the region that the pro-Russian separatists occupied in the eastern side of Ukraine before the war began. So the defense minister is saying the war goes on in the Donbass region. Effectively, what you can see on the ground are Russian gains in the Donbass region and the south and east of the country, sort of building that land bridge that's so much talked about between Russia proper and Crimea. And I think the readout from the Kremlin today, from President Putin's phone call with President Macron, and this is the Kremlin's readout of that call, I think gives you a very strong indication of the military continuation here, the amount of fighting that Russia still thinks it has to do. Because the position of the Kremlin was, when discussing the situation, the humanitarian situation in Mariupol, the Kremlin's readout was that President Macron was told if there's to be humanitarian corridors and the estimated 170,000 people there to escape Russian shelling, then, according to the Kremlin, then the Ukrainian military need to put down their weapons inside Mariupol. And what we hear from Ukrainian officials is that they have a ring of defense trying to protect civilians with their security services, the military, Ukrainian military, inside of Mariupol. You know, when you drill down into the detail, there is a lot to be resolved yet, a huge amount to be resolved. And I think this is why we're hearing US Secretary of State Antony Blinken and President Biden in his phone call with the Italian Prime Minister, French President, German Chancellor and the British Prime Minister being quite cautious in their language. That said, what we heard today from the talks in Istanbul does lay out a potential roadmap going forward. But there's a lot of difficulty, and I think some of that's beginning to come to the surface now.
So, Nick, the difficulty, okay, territorial issues, territorial losses. Ukraine says no way. Would Russia accept territorial losses? In the meantime, we're hearing intel that the Russians might want to split Ukraine in two. Meanwhile, Zelensky says, I can make concessions when it comes to neutrality, but that in itself is complex. Is this really a good structure to start with, or are you worried about just how complex the entire process might become, which could derail the talks further?
There are unmatched, the aims don't match. Russia's aim here doesn't match with Ukraine's aim. Ukraine's aim is that Russia leaves the country, goes back to the pre-war situation, pre-23rd of February position of Russian troops outside of Ukraine. President Putin's position seems to be to say that they're not going to continue to push on Kyiv, but just focus elsewhere in the country and not give up on the gains that they've given there. So there's an immediate contradiction there. President Zelensky has indicated that there needs to be a referendum, that the Ukrainian people need to support a new position of neutrality. For that to happen, the Russian troops have to leave. Again, that's just an inconsistency with the Russian position. And the question is that you asked there in part about President Putin. President Putin himself dictates Russia's military agenda, their strategy. He cannot be seen to have failed in his agenda, despite the fact that it has cost, according to NATO, many, many thousands of Russian troops' lives. That sort of information is being masked by Russian propaganda at the moment. And that's why it's difficult for Putin to try to give a full, truthful narrative to the Russian people. So again, that underscores how difficult it is for him to pull out his troops.
But we stay hopeful, Nick. Thank you very much. Good to see you. And we have some breaking news from Israel and reports of an attack near Tel Aviv. What you're seeing now is pictures from the scene right here in Tel Aviv. Details are scarce, but there are reports of at least 4 people killed. We have Hadass Gold following the story for us from Jerusalem. What else can you tell us, Hadass?
So, Elaine, what we know is that this attack took place in the city of that's actually called Bnei Brak. It's an ultra-Orthodox city just east of Tel Aviv. Essentially, you could call it a suburb of Tel Aviv. What we know is that the shooting started just around 8 p.m. local, and at least 4 people were killed. We now have confirmation that a 5th person who was killed actually may be at least one of the assailants. As you noted, we are still working on details, including how many attackers there were. There are some reports in Israeli media that the attack started with people shooting while they were on motorcycles, then continuing on foot. A police spokesperson telling us that in a preliminary investigation, they found at least one assailant used an assault rifle against civilians and was in multiple locations throughout the Bnei Brak area. The mayor of Bnei Brak has been asking people to stay inside because there are still concerns that there may be other attackers or accomplices still on the loose. So as I'm noting, a very quickly developing situation now. While this attack is just notable in its own right, people are very concerned that it's pointing towards a potential wave of terror attacks because this is the 3rd such attack where Israelis have been killed in just about a week. And it's not occurring in hotspots like Jerusalem. It's occurring in Israeli cities like Beersheba, in Hadera, north of Tel Aviv. Those are 2 attacks that have happened in the past week. Last Tuesday, 4 were killed in Beersheba. They were killed when a man had ran over one of them, stabbed 3 others. And just on Sunday, 2 assailants killed 2 and wounded 6 in a shooting attack in Hadera, which is just north of Tel Aviv. What's notable about those last 2 attacks is that those assailants were all affiliated with ISIS, and ISIS has claimed responsibility for those attacks. ISIS had not claimed responsibility for an attack in Israel since June of 2017. Now, for this attack that just happened this evening, we don't know who is going to claim responsibility for it. There's a lot of concern about a new wave of terror, not only around ISIS, but also concern about rising tensions here in Jerusalem between Palestinians and Israeli. There have been several stabbing attacks in Jerusalem, as well as shootings of Palestinians in the West Bank by Israeli security services. And keep in mind that in the next month, we're going to get this rare sort of coinciding of holidays. Ramadan, Passover, and Easter are all going to happen at the same time. So officials here are very concerned that all of this together will somehow boil over into further violence. Eleni.
Hadas, thank you very much for that insight, and we'll be monitoring the story and bringing you an update as soon as we get it. All right, we'll be right back. Stay with CNN. Actor Will Smith has issued a public apology to Chris Rock after that infamous Oscars slap. He wrote on Instagram, "Violence in all its forms is poisonous and destructive. I would like to publicly apologize to you, Chris. I was out of line and I was wrong." CNN entertainment reporter Chloe Melas joins me now to discuss what lies ahead for the two celebrities. We know that there's investigation currently underway. Is it enough? Is an apology, a public apology, enough?
It's unclear. People are really divided about that. I don't think that there's really anybody right now who isn't kind of having these types of water cooler discussions. We know from a source, two sources, that there was an impromptu meeting of 12 very well-known people, some of which were directors and actors, yesterday morning virtually to discuss what should next steps be. And we know that the conversation was heated and that people were divided. Some people felt as though what Will Smith did was right. Others feel like violence, you should never strike anyone, and that was not the answer here. We know that the Academy has launched an internal investigation. We also know that Wednesday night they're going to be convening for a board of directors meeting that they always have after the Oscars, but that this is priority number one to discuss what are those next steps. So what could those consequences be? Well, perhaps suspension, but it's unclear because there has never been anything like this before. It's unprecedented. And let's point out that Harvey Weinstein, Roman Polanski, and others, they have their Oscars still, despite their own controversies, which are far different than this. So again, in their bylaws, it states that violence of any kind is not condoned. But what does that mean next for Will? Something, but we just don't know quite what that is yet. And we still haven't heard anything about how does Chris Rock feel?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's an unprecedented situation, but also whatever they do might just set a precedent down the line for anything related to any kind of aggression. Chloe, great to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
COVID lockdown in eastern Shanghai is in full swing, with residents undergoing a second day of mandatory testing to alleviate strain on the economy. China's financial capital is locking down in two stages. The shutdown will switch to the other half of the city on Friday, and the wave is putting China's zero COVID policy to the test. Turning to the United States now, health officials have authorized second booster shots for adults aged 50 and older. It's an expansion of the emergency use authorization, and it includes both the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines. All right, we'll be right back after the short break. The war in Ukraine has forced almost 4 million people to leave the country, almost 1/10 of the population. Now, more than half have fled into Poland, while the others have sought a haven in 6 other neighboring countries. And for so many, the trauma of having to suddenly run from their homes, family and friends is incalculable.
Germany.
Where to go? We can't just leave everything behind. It's so difficult. It's psychologically challenging because everyone stayed there. It's another story when you can prepare yourself to move to another country, knowing that there is a fundament, a base, acquaintances, friends, and you can morally prepare to go there. But when all of your life is back there in Ukraine, your soul aches.
But from some who are staying behind, acts of kindness towards those about to flee. These are singers from the Odessa Opera serenading the displaced. Now, the war has had a ripple effect across the world, especially in the Middle East, and that region depends on wheat from Ukraine. But Kyiv is restricting exports. Hala Gurani reports live from Lviv.
On this farm in western Ukraine, and many like it across this country, the future of food security for hundreds of millions of people around the world is being determined. 1/3 of the world's most fertile soil is in Ukraine, according to the UN. So what doesn't grow here, or what this country is unable to export because of the war, local officials tell me will cause ripple effects around the globe. The repercussions of the war in Ukraine began to impact everything, Volodymyr Remeniak tells me, including all agricultural operations inside and outside the country, including the sowing season. Western Ukraine, where this farm is located, accounts for a relatively small portion of total wheat and corn farmland. The most productive farms lie in the hottest conflict areas of the country. Like Izium in eastern Ukraine, satellite photos show the extent of the destruction in and around that city. In one video, Russian artillery positions and Ukrainian counterattacks are visible in a field. And the Ukrainian agriculture minister tells me the impact on this year's crops will be devastating.
Last season, we have approximately totally 110 million tons. This year, we expect at least 30% less than this amount. It's це дуже обнадійливий прогноз. Because we understand that the war is continue and nobody knows what will be tomorrow.
And so far this year, the minister says the country has lost almost $9 billion in agricultural revenue. Wheat is usually planted around March and harvested in the summer. But we are told on this farm near Lviv that most farmers in the conflict zone are writing this year off completely because it's simply too dangerous to work the land. This is already impacting food prices for everyone, but most acutely for people in vulnerable countries. In 2020, 80% of Lebanon's wheat imports came from Ukraine alone, 40% of Libya's, 30% of Egypt's wheat came from Ukraine last year, and now bakery prices there are jumping as high as 25%. On top of climate change and rising inequality, the Russian invasion will deepen poverty and increase instability thousands of miles from where missiles and shells are causing devastation. Back on the farm outside Lviv, we meet Pavlo Kovalchuk, who manages the fields and the other crops that grow here, like apple, plum, and walnut trees. Are you ready for the longer term? If this war lasts a long time, are you ready to dig in and keep working?
We have to be ready because we have no other choice. I and all other farmers who work with me here are ready because we are responsible for providing food, not only for Ukraine, but for other countries.
Beyond production issues, there is also a shortage of workers. Some have joined the fight against the Russian army. Others have moved to safer areas or left the country altogether. a sector that employs hundreds of thousands in Ukraine, hollowing out as the war grinds on. Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe. And so a war on this country is also an attack on all those who depend on it for food. Hala Gorani, CNN, Lviv, Ukraine.
A war with global ramifications. Thanks so very much for watching tonight. Stay with CNN. Quest Means Business is up next. Take care.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good evening to you. I'm Richard Quest, tonight reporting from Dubai. And slightly different start to the programme. Breaking news. In just a moment or two, the Pentagon is due to hold a press conference. The Press Secretary, John Kirby, is going to give a briefing. It's an important briefing because it's been a pivotal day for the conflict in Ukraine. You'll be aware, perhaps, that Moscow has announced a dramatic shift in its strategy. Russia says it will reduce its military activity around Kyiv, the capital, and Chernihiv following peace talks with Ukrainian negotiators. Apparently, this is a good faith effort, they say, to build trust. Moscow's lead negotiator says it is not a ceasefire, however. In Europe, the markets welcomed the development. In Germany, the DAX finished the day nearly 3% higher, which is a good, strong indication. For some reason, the numbers are not being reflected on your screen there, but take it from me, all the markets were higher. And then there's Wall Street for you. So Wall Street has had a strongish day with the Nasdaq getting the best of the session, up just over 1.5% on the back of these peace talks. Now, the major averages are off their session highs. Also, oil, that's retreating, and quite substantially. A barrel of Brent is down almost 2% today, around $107 a barrel, as the tensions are appearing to ease somewhat. But of course, this is very small. I mean, it's very tentative in a sense of the news that we've been following. So the Russian troop activity in northern Ukraine that's going to be affected by this. The Russians have got close to Kyiv and they've encircled Chernihiv. You can see it on the map here. An aide to Vladimir Putin said Russia now wants to lessen the risk to Ukraine's decision makers in the capital. President Biden said he's taking a wait-and-see approach to this latest Russia offer to de-escalate.
We'll see. I don't read anything into it until I see what their actions are. We'll see if they follow through on what they're suggesting. There are negotiations that have begun today, or not begun, continued today, one in Turkey and others. I had a meeting with the heads of state of our 4 allies in NATO. There seems to be a consensus that let's just see what they have to offer.
Now, the Pentagon briefing is about to get underway. I believe John Kirby has now taken to the podium. Oren Lieberman is at the Pentagon at the moment and listening for us. But we're going to go to the Pentagon briefing to hear what he's saying.
Things in Ukraine. There's been a lot of reporting today on withdrawals and Russian decisions, and I think it's really important that we put a little bit of this into context. So first, again, we've seen that Russia has attempted now for going on a month to sell this war of theirs to its domestic audience as a, quote, liberation of the Donbass. However, the intensified rhetoric over the last year and in the lead-up to Russia's invasion demonstrated that the Kremlin's real intent was to overthrow the democratically elected government and to occupy or annex large portions of Ukraine. The posture of Russian forces around Kyiv, along much of the Black and the Azov Sea coasts, and in central and northeastern Ukraine indicates the geographic scale of this ambition. They've been attacking Ukraine, as we have been talking about now for several weeks, on multiple lines of axis. Russia's intent was to replace Ukrainian regional and national authorities and create so-called people's republics, as displayed recently in Kherson province. The rapid advance to Kyiv in the initial days of the war showed very clearly for all of us that Kyiv and the capital city was a key objective for the Russians. So we ought not be fooling, and nobody should be fooling ourselves, by the Kremlin's now recent claim that it will suddenly just reduce military attacks near Kyiv, or any reports that it's going to withdraw all its forces. Has there been some movement by some Russian units away from Kyiv in the last day or so? Yeah, we think so. Small numbers. But we believe that this is a repositioning, not a real withdrawal, and that we all should be prepared to watch for a major offensive against other areas of Ukraine. It does not mean that the threat to Kyiv is over. Russia has failed in its objective of capturing Kyiv. It's failed in its objective of subjugating Ukraine. But they can still inflict massive brutality on the country, including on Kyiv. We see that even today in continued airstrikes against the capital city. Mr. Putin's goals stretch far beyond the Donbass. The Russian Ministry of Defense's recent talking points may be an effort to move the goalposts, moderating Russia's immediate goals and spinning its current lack of progress as part of what would be next steps. But it's too early to judge what additional actions the Kremlin may take. No amount of spin can mask what the world has witnessed over the past month, and that's the courage and the military prowess of Ukraine's armed forces and its people, which are proving to be more than what Russia bargained for in its unprovoked and unjustified invasion. Now, that prowess is not accidental. We've talked about that a little bit. It's partly a result of the training and the support we and other allies over the last 8 years have been given to the Ukrainian armed forces. The United States, together with our allies and partners, we're going to continue to provide that support going forward to meet their security needs as they bravely stand up to this Russian aggression. Now, I thought it was really important to kind of set the level straight there on that, because I've seen, again, lots of reporting here on these so-called withdrawals. Now, in other news, Balakatan 22 started this week. This is a long-standing annual bilateral military exercise conducted between the U.S. military and the armed forces of the Philippines. It's a key component of our alliance cooperation. The exercise features planning, operations, exchanges, and activities that increase both our nation's military capabilities to provide for the mutual defense of the Philippine archipelago. Exercise activities will occur at multiple locations throughout the Republic of the Philippines and will consist of 3 primary components: a bilateral staff exercise, joint interoperability events, and combined interoperability events, as well as humanitarian and civic assistance efforts. With more than 3,800 members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and 5,100 U.S. service members, this will be the largest iteration of Balakatan to date. We look forward to a meaningful, productive exercise, and we're grateful for that terrific relationship that we have with the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And then last but not least, today, the final COVID-19 response teams in active duty status who are supporting 59 cities across 30 states completed their mission at the University of Utah Hospital in Salt Lake City. Since the onset of the outbreak, more than 24,000 military members in active duty status have provided support to the whole of government effort. The support included approximately 5,800 military medical providers that supported hospitals and other civilian medical facilities, more than 5,000 military medical personnel administering vaccines at federal community vaccination centers, as well as military personnel who assisted citizens when they were initially repatriated back to the U.S. in the very, very early days of the outbreak. In January of this year, the department activated more than 1,000 service members in support of the president's direction to mobilize additional military medical personnel. And of those service members, DoD deployed nearly 700 who supported 25 hospitals in 14 states just from January to March. The rest of these military members were on standby throughout that time period, ready to deploy at the request of FEMA if they were required. It's important to note that while the Title X COVID-19 response may have come to a close as of this morning, there are still more than 10,800 National Guard soldiers and airmen supporting COVID-19 response efforts in at least 43 states, territories, and the District of Columbia. And I also want to add that NORTHCOM remains postured as well to deploy more personnel if requested. And of course, the Secretary wants to take this opportunity to pass on his personal gratitude and that of all senior leaders at the department for the extraordinary work that the men and women of this department have done throughout the pandemic, but certainly in just the last few months to work so hard in support of civilian medical practitioners. And with that, we'll take questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. On Ukraine, when you say you are seeing small numbers of Russian troops moving, you say they're repositioning. Would that be, by small, do you mean like less than a battalion tactical group?
Yeah. I would, this is very early on, Bob, so we don't have a number estimate, but it's certainly not a significant chunk of the multiple battalion tactical groups that Russia has arrayed against Kyiv. So we can confirm that we've seen a small number start to reposition, but I'd really be reticent to get into an exact number or try to put a unit on it. It's not anywhere near a majority of what they have arrayed against Kyiv.
And when you say repositioning, can you say, I mean, are they moving like north into Belarus, or are they repositioning for what you described as potentially an offensive somewhere else?
I would say at this early stage, we see the movement more northward. But again, it's too early to tell, Bob, what the destination is, what the final purpose is, and where exactly these troops are going to go long term. We assess that it is likely more a repositioning to be used elsewhere in Ukraine. Where exactly, we don't know. I would just note that the Russians themselves have said, in the same breath they're saying they're withdrawing, that they are reprioritizing the Donbass area in eastern Ukraine.
So they could move there.
Again, that's a question better put to the Russian Ministry of Defense if they'll ever give you a straight answer. But again, they have said themselves that they're reprioritizing that part of Ukraine.
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned obviously that if they're redeploying, have you seen any signs that Russia's pulled back on actually sending supplies into Ukraine? Or are they still basically continuing their own convoys of moving supplies, fuel, food, anything like that? Or if they stopped doing that, it is just the troops that have basically been
Again, very early stages here. They've only just recently, in the last few hours, made this proclamation. So we have seen a small number begin to move away from Kyiv. That's about the most I can give you. I don't have any information on their resupply efforts for troops that are still arrayed against Kyiv. I would remind that the Russians still have a significant majority of their assembled combat power, to include logistics and sustainment capability, available to them inside Ukraine. Yeah.
Thank you, John. So just trying to understand something. If you're talking about a small number, do you think just what you're seeing now, or do you think there's going to be more numbers? Because you're saying they might be pulling out these forces to redeploy somewhere else. If they are small numbers, are they going to make any difference if they were redeployed? Is it the beginning of something?
It's a great question for Minister Shoigu. I don't know, Fadi. All I can tell you is what we're seeing. We're seeing a small number now that appears to be moving away from Kyiv. This on the same day that the Russians say they're withdrawing. But we're not prepared to call this a retreat or even a withdrawal. We think that what they probably have in mind is a repositioning to prioritize elsewhere.
And do they still have enough forces on the ground around Kyiv in case they decided to basically relaunch some kind of attack on the city?
Again, I'm not going to predict what the Russian military plan is here. To my answer to Bob, very, very small numbers that we've seen move at this point. They still have the vast majority of the forces that they had assembled around Kyiv are still there. As I've said before, we largely assess that they are in a defensive posture. They have several days ago stopped trying to advance on Kyiv and sort of took up defensive positions. Yeah.
Thanks, John. 3 questions, please. Can you update us on the number? Can you update us on the number of missiles? I'll just ask one at a time if that's easier.
That's actually much easier.
Yeah. What's the number of missiles that Russia's launched into Ukraine at this point?
I don't have an update on the missiles. We know that they have since the beginning of this launched more than 1,000, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. Secondly, does the Pentagon still consider Russia a near-peer competitor?
I think you can take away from what we talked about yesterday when we released the budget, and we talk about Russia as an acute threat, and that's how we're looking at Russia right now.
But that's not the same as what you've been saying. You've been saying near-peer competitors, Russia and China, and now we're hearing acute threat. So has it changed in the Pentagon's view?
We consider Russia as an acute threat based on certainly what we've been seeing happen over the last month.
Okay, and then my last question is about Ukraine's peace proposal. It seems like they envision some sort of security guarantee, like Article 5 with NATO, with a country like Poland or Turkey or Canada. So my question is, does the Pentagon think that's feasible? Because these are NATO countries, and establishing some sort of collective defense with the NATO country would essentially bring in all of NATO with this. So does the Pentagon find a proposal like that feasible?
I think we're not going to get ahead of where Ukraine and Russia are on their discussions. This has got to be a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, and we're certainly not going to get in the middle of that or get ahead of where that is right now. I would just say a couple of things, Carla. One, Russia should negotiate in good faith. They have an opportunity here, an opportunity they have missed many, many times over the last month to end this war and to do it responsibly and to negotiate in good faith. So we hope that they'll do that. But the war could end today if Mr. Putin did the right thing and actually did withdraw all his forces from Ukraine and respect Ukrainian sovereignty. And again, as for what that settlement looks like, that's really between Russia and Ukraine. We wouldn't dictate the terms, and we wouldn't want to get ahead of that process. Let me go back over here, David.
As I understand. So there we have John Kirby, the Pentagon press secretary, giving a briefing on the latest position. An important day, as you're well aware, because it's the day that Russia says that it is no longer targeting in the same way, with the same ferocity, Kyiv, the capital, and the other city, Kharkiv. Now, what John Kirby said is that the US and the partners have seen some movement, some small movement of troops away from Kyiv by Russia, but he questions whether that is a repositioning, not a withdrawal, and he says nobody should be fooling themselves about this, that the Russians could just be spinning the lack of progress. All of this at the same time as Russia and Ukraine are holding talks, which have now come to a daily conclusion in Istanbul. CNN's Ben Wiedemann's with me from Mykolaiv in Ukraine. Ben, I'm not sure that you could hear much of what John Kirby was saying, but the gist of it is that there is movement which, A, suggests negotiations have made progress, and B, this idea that Russia is withdrawing, pulling back, whatever we say, a small number of troops.
Yeah, as far as progress made in the negotiations that took place in Turkey today, I think we'll just have to wait and see what comes out of it. Certainly the atmospherics were somewhat better than previous rounds of negotiations. As far as this question of possible redeployment of Russian troops to elsewhere in Ukraine with what appears to be at least some sort of pullback by their forces around Kyiv, it's hard to say. I mean, if you just look at the map of Ukraine and you look at the areas where Russian forces are located, for instance, if they even want to go to Donbass, that is hundreds of kilometers away. So logistically, in terms of ground forces, it would be quite an effort if they were to take the concentration of forces around the Ukrainian capital, move them to Donbass, or perhaps to where we are, Mykolaiv, which just not long ago was a hot front in this war. They could, on the other hand, in terms of air assets, in terms of air power, in terms of drones, in terms of missiles, that could be more easily focused on other areas. But it's so early at this moment. It's only today we're hearing about this talk of a drastic reduction of Russian forces around Kyiv. Richard?
And Ben, what everybody says, and certainly Zelensky has said on numerous occasions, that the Ukrainians and partners need to guard against Russia creating a breathing space to regroup. Now, that would be the ultimate, if you like, bad faith. But then President Putin did, on numerous occasions, say he had no intention of invading, right up until, even to President Macron, right up until the night he did it.
Yes, and in fact, nobody, certainly not here in Ukraine, has any confidence in the good faith of the Russian leader. They've seen it in the lead up to this war in terms of pronouncement that it's only an exercise on the border, that we have 150,000 plus troops there, and has repeated statements that he had no intention to go to war with Ukraine. But of course, today, here we are, I think 34 days into this war, and the clarity of his dishonesty, if you want to put it that way, is clear, particularly to people in Ukraine. Now, for instance, here in Mykolaiv, just within the last 45 minutes, we've been hearing what sounds like some very heavy bombardment of this city's suburbs, or at least the outskirts. And so whatever small gestures, perhaps statements coming out of Moscow that might point in the direction of de-escalation, on the ground, it doesn't really feel like there's any de-escalation on the cards. Richard?
Ben Wiedemann, I like the turn of your phrase, the clarity of his dishonesty. Thank you, sir.